Chapter 1896. Moment stage, present and past pavilion, 3 autumn yellow crane platform, eternal yacht, shark flow lever, sun and moon observatory. Gu Lu Ru, Feng Joga, Xing Yi Wang, 9 spiritual fairy. Celestial Court had invested a huge amount of manpower into the River of Time. They were determined to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. In contrast, Feng Yuan's side only had myriad year flying worship. Even though it was rank 8, it was too weak in front of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's 6 immortal Gu houses and 4 rank 8 Gu immortals surrounded myriad year flying worship. Myriad year flying worship was in trouble, but Feng Yuan's voice was unhurried. He even had the mood to talk. You want to occupy the Stone Lotus Island? Since I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Immortal killer move, myriad year hunting. A strange fragrance came from myriad year flying worship. It spread rapidly and caused countless beast roars in the surroundings. A wave of year beast tide was brewing. In the previous life, Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan worked together to snatch Red Lotus true inheritance from Celestial Court, but Feng Jioge destroyed their plan and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This time, Feng Yuan made the same choice. He used myriad year hunting to activate a beast tide to attack the Stone Lotus Island. This method could be said to be myriad year flying worship's strongest method, but its weakness was also very obvious. The year beast tide could not differentiate between friend and foe. It was actually targeting myriad year flying worship. Last time, Celestial Court's Gu immortals fell for Feng Yuan's scheme. They thought that Feng Yuan could control the beast tide. They slaughtered a large number of year beasts and blocked many attacks from myriad year flying worship. After suffering a huge loss, Celestial Court's Gu immortals finally found out that Feng Yuan could not control this beast tide. Celestial Court's Gu immortals had already grasped the weakness of myriad year hunting. But this time, Feng Yuan used it on Celestial Court's weakness. Celestial Court was setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. They could not dodge it, they could only face it head-on. Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly. This scoundrel is truly vicious. Sure enough, he's using this move again. His expression was calm as he immediately dispatched his men. The Eternal Ship and the Shark Flow lever quickly left the battlefield. At the same time, 9 spiritual fairy also jumped out of the immortal Gu house, turning into an immemorial desolate beast and leaving the battlefield. The Celestial Court had the upper hand, and Feng Yuan's myriad year flying worship was already surrounded, so the evacuation of these people could not be stopped. After leaving the battlefield, Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow lever suddenly shined with a bright light. The aura of 2 years flow like water immortal Gu spread everywhere. The beast tide that had just formed was attracted by these 2 immortal Gu houses. 80% of them charged towards these 2 immortal Gu houses. The remaining 20% was intercepted by 9 spiritual fairies' immemorial desolate beast and used for her own purposes. It really is her. 9 spiritual fairy. Central Continent's history. An enslavement path and transformation path dual cultivator rank 8 great expert. The Gu immortals inside myriad year flying worship had already recognized 9 spiritual fairy. At this moment, Feng Yuan's main body was still in Eastern Sea. Only a lump of his will was inside the worship. The will thought about it and compared it with the previous life's memories. 9 spiritual fairy did not wake up in the previous life, but she woke up in this life. And in fact, she woke up in advance. This was a completely different change. When she turned into an immemorial year beast, the river of time was no longer an obstacle to her. Even though the Celestial Court did not directly break myriad year hunting, they thought of a way to deal with it. They analyzed the principle of myriad year hunting, and from this aspect, they ingeniously resolved the year beast tide that had yet to fully form. Next, even if year beasts rushed over, they would only be a few, they would not pose a threat. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan had been enduring and hiding his methods. Once his methods were exposed, the Celestial Court would react quickly and make deductions to deal with him in the next battle. Daybreak Sword was like this, Torrential Charge was like this, and Myriad Year Hunting was also like this. The killer move myriad year hunting, which could change the situation, was broken by the Celestial Court before it could even take effect. The remaining 4 immortal goo houses surrounded myriad year flying warship and attacked fiercely. Feng Yuan, use whatever methods you have. Gu Lu Ru sneered. Inside myriad year flying warship, Feng Yuan's will was silent and did not reply. The battle continued. Myriad year flying warship was at a disadvantage. It could not turn the situation around. Even though it tried to break out of the encirclement, it did not succeed. The 4 immortal goo houses on the Celestial Court side were led by Moment Stage. It was also a rank 8 immortal goo house, and with the time path great expert Gu Lu Ru personally guarding it, Moment Stage was not inferior to myriad year flying warship. At the same time, the other 3 immortal goo houses assisted it. Their coordination with Moment Stage was not as simple as it seemed, it was very exquisite. Evidently, the goo immortals inside these immortal goo houses had not been slacking during this period, they had been training intensely, their battle strength had risen greatly. Feng Yuan is already a cornered beast, he is no longer a threat. We need to be careful, we cannot be careless when fighting this demon. Our river suppression lotus ceiling formation is almost complete. What else can Feng Yuan do to stop us? The morale of the goo immortals on the Celestial Court's side soared. Many of them could already see the scene of Feng Yuan's death. But right at this time, a majestic aura rose from the stone lotus island. Golden light blossomed as a gray stone giant slowly stood up. This giant was extremely tall, it had bulging muscles and thick fur, its eyes were shining with a fierce beast light. What monster is this? It has the aura of time path. We have not explored the Stone Lotus Island yet, but we have already triggered the Stone Lotus Island's guards. Oh no, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation is not complete yet. The expressions of the goo immortals on the Celestial Court's side changed. The giant roared fiercely, it emitted the roar of a dragon and tiger, the sound waves spread in all directions, creating huge waves around the island. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook intensely, the goo immortals who said it coughed out blood. Quick, stabilize the formation. The paper cage formation was broken, quickly repair it. Fourth class goo immortals, quickly reinforce us. The goo immortals who set up the formation were flustered. The gray stone giant roared as its arms shook, the muscles on its upper arms and forearms expanded to 3 times their original size like inflated balloons. A pitch-black bull horn grew out of his forehead. He lowered his head slightly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He opened his palms and faced each other. Countless streams of air whizzed and converged at the center of his palms, forming a surging vortex. Gu Lu Ru saw this and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He could tell. These chi currents were only the surface, they were actually time path Dao marks. More and more time path Dao marks were extracted by the giant, gathering into a huge silver ball of light. The ball of light became larger, the giant roared as it exerted strength, its arms shook as it threw the silver ball out. The silver ball shot out like a meteor, creating huge winds and waves along the way. The central continent righteous path goo immortals' pupils shrunk, they were shocked by the power of this silver ball. Quick, let us block it. Gu Lu Ru gritted his teeth, he braced himself as he controlled Moment Stage to block the silver ball. Boom. At the next moment, with a loud sound, the silver ball smashed onto Moment Stage, a terrifying force erupted, Moment Stage seemed to have fallen into a tornado, it resisted with all its might but was still sent flying backwards. We blocked it. Moment Stage finally stopped. Gu Lu Ru let out a breath of air. The front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed, it was filled with cracks, a large number of mortal goo were dead, even immortal goo were damaged. The goo immortals inside Moment Stage were already in a mess, they were no longer as relaxed as when they trapped Feng Yuan, they were trying to repair this immortal goo house. The aftermath of the silver ball's explosion created intense winds and waves that crashed into the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. A large number of goo worms died. The goo immortals who set up the formation were extremely busy. The gray stone giant saw that its attack was futile. It started to condense the silver ball again. Gu Lu Ru saw this and gritted his teeth. He controlled Moment Stage to charge down. But when Moment Stage got close to the Stone Lotus Island, the Stone Lotus Island shined with a bright light. A formless force blocked Moment Stage. Using this time, the gray stone giant condensed another silver ball of light in its palms. The light ball shot out. Guluru had no choice but to grit his teeth and use Moment Stage to block it again. Boom! With another loud sound, from the intense explosion, the front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed. A large number of bricks and tiles flew out, turning into goo worm corpses in the air. The gray stone giant saw that its attack was blocked again. It roared furiously and started to condense the silver ball of light again. Guluru frowned deeply. This giant clearly has a time path method. It seems familiar. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had such a trump card. However, even if I know where it is, I can only block its attack and sacrifice the Moment platform to protect the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Array in a short period of time. Thankfully, we have Moment Stage. Guluru felt some joy internally. The instant platform's signature technique was its position shift. It was capable of moving from one location to another in an instant. This was not a space path method, it was time path. It was not teleportation in essence, but it compressed the time that Moment Stage took to teleport to a single instant. If the distance was further, it would only take a few moments. Guluru wanted to protect the formation. His goal was clear. As long as the formation was activated, it could isolate the inside from the outside. By then, the Stone Lotus Island would not be able to escape. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's arrangements on the island would be weakened and suppressed. Internally, it was like a strong layer of protection for the outside world. By then, even if Feng Yuan wanted to come in with this formation and several immortal goo houses to defend him, it would be very difficult. Feng Yuan understood this too. Myriad Year Flying Warship charged left and right. The remaining immortal goo houses were only rank 7. It was difficult to trap it. It was like a simple fishing net trying to trap a shark. Celestial Court's situation was deteriorating. Seeing that the situation was bad, Guluru snorted coldly. He left Moment Stage and joined in the encirclement of Myriad Year Flying Warship. He was a time path great expert. He was like a fish in water in the river of time. With his help, Celestial Court stabilized its situation again. Persevere, we will win if we persevere. As long as we last this period, when the formation is set up, it will be Feng Yuan's death. Guluru controlled the situation. He fought Myriad Year Flying Warship while raising the morale of his people. Finally, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was set up. The huge force formed a circular barrier that not only enveloped the Stone Lotus Island, but also Myriad Year Flying Warship. The formation activated, the gray stone giant grunted. It was greatly suppressed. Myriad Year hunting was also restricted. The fragrance could not spread out. It could not form a beast tide. Let's get rid of Feng Yuan first before exploring the Stone Lotus Island. Guluru shouted. Without the threat of Myriad Year hunting, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, and 9 Spiritual Fairy returned and joined in the encirclement of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, this will be your burial ground. Guluru's eyes shined with bright light. He had a cold expression. A generation's heavenly demon is going to die here? Feng Jioga narrowed his eyes. Inspiration regarding Destiny's song appeared in his mind. To prevent any problems from arising, let's kill him. Xing Yi Wang controlled Shark Flow Lever. His killing intent surged as he charged forward. 9 Spiritual Fairy was silent. Her movements were not slow at all. She went behind Myriad Year Flying Warship and unleashed her aura, preparing a killer move. But at this time, Feng Yuan's cold laughter could be heard from within Myriad Year Flying Warship. Members of Celestial Court, you are all trapped. Do you still not know it? Before he finished speaking, the Stone Lotus Island shot out intense light. Dozens of huge water pillars rose from the river beside the island. The intense light and water pillars forcefully connected to the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The expressions of the Central Continent Goo immortals inside the formation cores changed. Someone shouted in shock, "What's going on? We have lost control of the formation." Such a shocking change was not a small matter. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court had expressions of disbelief, but they had to believe it. This was all a trap set up by Feng Yuan. I did not sacrifice a stone lotus island to trap him in vain, members of Celestial Court. This is not my place to die, it is yours. Feng Yuan had just finished speaking when the gray stone giant on the stone lotus island grew chicken wings on its back, feathers grew on its head, its mouth turned into a bird's beak and its hands turned into tiger claws. It flew out and charged into the encirclement to receive myriad-year flying worship. Gu Lu Ru had a flash of inspiration. He finally recognized the gray stone giant. He was shocked and furious. This is the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. To think that it was Feng Yuan's method. This is all Feng Yuan's scheme. He has already obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. He can control the Stone Lotus Island. This 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation is likely the content of the True Inheritance. His Time Path Foundation has risen sharply. He can actually restrain our formation. We cannot stay here for long. Retreat. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court quickly discussed. They decided to retreat. But the awkward thing was, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation that they had spent all their effort to set up was now an obstacle that obstructed them. You want to leave now? Too late. Feng Yuan's laughter could be heard from within myriad-year flying warship. Daybreak swords shot out and covered 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever. The gray stone giant roared as it pounced towards present and past pavilion. Waves surged around present and past pavilion, but the gray stone giant ignored them. It continued to charge forward and punch with its fist. The gray stone giant was too tall. Its fist was even larger than present and past pavilion. Before the fist even landed, tiger and dragon roars resounded in the battlefield. The fist force was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Feng Jioga squinted. The other Gu immortals were horrified. Facing this fist, they felt like the world was collapsing. Any attempt to dodge would be futile. They could not dodge. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire present and past pavilion was destroyed by the gray stone giant's fist. The Gu immortals inside suffered heavy casualties. Feng Jioga escaped in a sorry state. Moment stage. At the crucial moment, Moment stage teleported and caught Feng Jioga. Facing the approaching Moment stage, the gray stone giant did not even look at it. It turned around and ran towards Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple was a time path immortal Gu house of Spirit Affinity House. It was slightly weaker. As the gray stone giant approached, Sun and Moon Temple could not move in time. The giant was too fast. In the river of time, with the power of the Stone Lotus Island, its battle strength was simply unheard of. Boom! With a second explosion, Sun and Moon Temple exploded. Most of the Gu immortals were dead. No! Gu Lu Ru gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. His body was shaking with hatred. Celestial Court's Gu immortals lost their momentum. They tried to retreat. The gray stone giant's battle strength made them feel despair. Eastern Sea, above Chi Sea. The Gu immortals' eyes shined brightly as they looked at Chi Sea Ancestor and Black Soul Sea Area's Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was a lone cultivator, but he was rank 8. Everyone in Eastern Sea knew about him. The immortals did not expect him to challenge Chi Sea Ancestor. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Back then, when Long Long fought with Chi Sea Ancestor, only Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng had witnessed it, and they were both righteous path Gu immortals. Under everyone's gazes, Chi Sea Ancestor smiled lightly. Gu immortal Zhang Yin, you have guts, but can you take one move from me? Zhang Yin smiled proudly. Ancestor, you are looking down on me, let alone one move. Ugh. He stopped abruptly. The other Gu immortals' expressions changed. At that instant, they felt the entire world buzzing. Chi currents came from all directions in response. The surrounding 10,000 li felt the pressure rise sharply. The immortals' pupils shrunk. They broke out in cold sweat. They felt the endless pressure. They were like insects in amber. They were extremely weak. What killer move is this? This is Chi Sea Ancestor's method? We are only affected. How much pressure is Zhang Yin, who is at the center of it, facing? The immortals looked over. They saw that Zhang Yin's face was red. He was motionless in the air. His eyes were wide open. He struggled, but he could only tremble. He could not break free. The immortals' hearts shook intensely. A rumbling sound could be heard from above them. The Eastern Sea immortals quickly looked up, their expressions turning pale. They saw a giant hand, completely made of chi currents. It was pale and transparent. It stretched for 1,000 li, covering the sky. The giant hand pressed down. The Eastern Sea immortals felt suffocated. It was like a mountain was crashing down on their heads. What kind of power is this? If I did not see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. This is probably comparable to a rank 9, right? Chi Si ancestor. At the banquet, many Gu immortals stood up unconsciously. Their bodies were shaking as they panicked. Zhang Yin screamed with all his might. His body shined with dark light. There was also a weak lightning reaction. But he could not break free. He was firmly fixed in the air. This scene made Song Qiyuan and the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel their hearts pounding. It seems that Zhang Yin has already used all his strength, but he cannot break free? Is Zhang Yin going to die here? Qi Si ancestor's battle strength is so terrifying. Is he trying to use Zhang Yin's life to establish his might in Eastern Sea? It was hard to imagine that a rank 8 Gu immortal could not even retaliate against Qi Si ancestor. But the truth was right in front of them. Song Qiyuan and the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals had to believe it. The giant Qi current hand got close to Zhang Yin and suddenly collapsed. It passed through Zhang Yin and stuck to Qi Si. There was no earth-shattering explosion. After the giant Qi current hand touched Qi Si, it quickly disintegrated and merged into Qi Si. Zhang Yin regained his freedom. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He had a look of lingering fear. His eyes were wide open as he breathed roughly. "Look at Qi Si," Song Yishe called out. The immortals looked over. They saw that the vast and dangerous Qi Si with countless whirlpools had been flattened. It was like a mirror. The Eastern Sea immortals were shaken. Many of them opened their mouths but could not speak. Ancestor's divine might, Junior is in awe. Zhang Yin let out a breath of air. He bowed dejectedly. "Thank you for showing mercy, ancestor." Qi Si ancestor was still sitting at the main seat. His eyelids seemed to be closing. He waved his sleeves lightly. "Take a seat." "Thank you, ancestor." Zhang Yin sat down amidst the deathly silence. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were still standing. Those who were sitting were not much better. They were like statues. Qi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. They were completely shaken. Ancestor's divine might. After a while, Song Qiyuan reacted. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Ancestor's divine might. Shen Songsheng also stood up and bowed. Ancestor's divine might. Ancestor's divine might. Countless Eastern Sea Gu immortals bowed. They were all in awe. Fang Yuan smiled. He said plainly, "Please take a seat. The banquet will begin." Chapter 1897. The Stone Lotus Island ambush planned by Fang Yuan had ended. Bright lights still filled Celestial Court, but in Central Great Hall, the atmosphere was heavy. At the crucial moment, Gu Lu Ru risked his life to block myriad year flying warship. "We barely survived," 9 spiritual fairies said as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with tears. Gu Lu Ru risked his life to defend them appeared in front of her again. 9 spiritual fairy had a beautiful appearance. She liked to wear large robes. She usually had long sleeves and had a majestic aura, but now she was bathed in blood. She was covered in injuries. Her large robe was tattered and hanging down. 9 spiritual fairies' thin and weak body was wrapped in the robe, showing a never-before-seen weakness. In this battle in the River of Time, Celestial Court had the absolute advantage at the start, but they lost in the end. All 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Jioge managed to escape. Feng Jioge was also in the hall now. He did not have his usual elegance. His eyes were dim. They were no longer bright. They showed a perplexed expression. Fairy Myrtle sighed. She told the two to recuperate. She already knew about the entire battle situation. She called 9 spiritual fairy over to ask for more details and clues. To think that the Stone Lotus Island is in Fang Yuan's hands? How did he do it? We did not sense anything at all. Fairy Myrtle deduced silently but could not find any clues. Precisely because of this mistake, Celestial Court lost in this battle. Everything was within Fang Yuan's calculations. They lost too miserably. Duke Long smiled bitterly. The truth is, we had guessed that Feng Yuan had a Red Lotus true inheritance before. But in the previous battle, myriad-year flying warship was forced to run around by us. Even using the dangers of the River of Time was useless. Now, it seemed that Feng Yuan had purposely arranged that battle. Firstly, it was to attract our attention so that he could fight for the Dragon Palace. Secondly, it was to pave the way for this battle and show weakness to the enemy. What a cunning and sinister devil. Then, when did Feng Yuan obtain the true teachings of the Red Lotus? If he had obtained it recently, then so be it. If he had set foot on the Stone Lotus Islands a long time ago, that would be even more terrifying, Fairy Myrtle thought as she felt a chill run down her spine. Now, the Celestial Court was facing a very difficult situation. However, no matter how difficult the predicament was, the Celestial Court had to face it directly. There was no room for evasion. Duke Long said solemnly, even if Feng Yuan obtains a copy of Red Lotus True Legacy and grasps the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation, we still have to continue investing our strength in the River of Time. Of course, Red Lotus had more than one true inheritance. If Feng Yuan obtained a second or third one, he would be even more terrifying. For the Celestial Court, the River of Time was a place they had to defend. Red Lotus True Inheritance was something they had to fight for. This problem might only be alleviated and improved after Fate Gu was successfully repaired. But now, the Celestial Court had to start anew. 6 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed. They had to build another 6, or even 10. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a solemn expression. In this aspect, she had the same opinion as Duke Long, but Fairy Myrtle had a troubled expression. There was a difficulty in this. To continue investing Time Path resources in the River of Time, the most direct way was to send Time Path Gu Immortals. But because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the accumulation of Time Path Gu Immortals in Celestial Court was very weak. Without Time Path Great Experts, they could only use Time Path Immortal Gu houses to supplement them. The Celestial Court suddenly lost 6 Time Path Immortal Gu houses. The losses were too severe. They needed a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to rebuild them. Even though 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jiogo were alive, they did not bring back many Immortal Gu. The Celestial Court needed to refine a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to build Immortal Gu houses. Among them, Gu refinement immortal materials were not a problem. The Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. It had been accumulated for millions of years. It was not just for show. The Celestial Court had 3 treasure vaults of 1 million. They were named Front, Middle, and Back. The 3 vaults corresponded to the time span of 1 million years. The accumulation of the Celestial Court in the past 1 million years was all used in the corresponding vaults. Any one of these vaults was much more than the total vaults of the 10 great ancient sections. Old Ancestor Shui, who had spent all of his fortune to refine a rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. With Feng Yuan's current foundation, he did not dare to attempt to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Ordinary superforces would suffer huge losses when refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. But for the Celestial Court, not to mention 1 rank 8 Immortal Gu, even if they refined 10, their foundation would not be damaged. The Celestial Court did not lack immortal materials. What it lacked were refinement path great experts. Yuan Qiongdu was a refinement path expert. He had been in charge of repairing Fate Gu. If he had to refine the lost time path Immortal Gu house, it would be too difficult for him. He was only one person, his energy was limited. If 1 or 2 refinement path experts walked out of the Immortal Graveyard, that would be great. Fairy Myrtle thought to herself. Regretfully, the Immortal Graveyard could not be manipulated by outsiders. She could not awaken any Gu Immortal she wanted. Duke Long also realized this problem. He thought about it and said, then gather the refinement path Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, and even other sects, manage them and recruit them into the Celestial Court, let them work together to refine time path Immortal Gu. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of repairing Fate Gu. If there was no movement from the Immortal Graveyard, the Celestial Court could only do this to resolve their current problem. Fairy Myrtle sighed in her heart. If we had invaded Langya sect back then and taken in the entire sect, that would have been great. The problem now was not a problem, but Langya sect ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The Celestial Court lost the initiative at the first step, they were restrained step by step. In contrast, Fang Yuan repeatedly used his advantage in refinement path to give the Celestial Court a hard time. Yuan Qiongdu was the one who felt this the most. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had heavy hearts. Fang Yuan's victory in the River of Time was a huge blow to the Celestial Court. But the River of Time was only one aspect. The Celestial Court's situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to unify the strength of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. In Western Desert, Fang Dichang refined Divine Bean Palace and led Fang clan to rise. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to the Celestial Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere, it had become a sore point for the Celestial Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to the latest information, Qi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. Zhang Yin is a famous rank 8 lone immortal in Eastern Sea, but he could not retaliate at all. Qi Si ancestor's battle strength is truly shocking. After this battle, his reputation soared and a large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals joined his banquet. Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried. Duke Long nodded. Even for me, it is not easy to achieve this. Qi Si ancestor seems to have gotten stronger. According to his words, he comprehended primordial origin's true inheritance and improved his battle strength. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin, he told the Eastern Sea immortals honestly. His battle strength had a breakthrough recently. The reason was because he obtained primordial origin's Qi path true inheritance from the Celestial Court. Duke Long continued. Since Qi Si ancestor said this, we can see that he is getting close to the Celestial Court, but he is still neutral. This person can be roped in. Qi Si ancestor had been in seclusion for so long, he had battle strength that rivaled Duke Long, but he was still a secluded cultivator. It showed that he had no ambitions. Even if he had ambitions now, the Celestial Court that had the complete primordial origin true inheritance was more attractive to him. The neutral Qi Si ancestor made Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle very vigilant, but they were also reassured. Not only because of Qi Si ancestor's personality, but also because of his lifespan. Lifespan had always been the main factor that restricted Gu immortal great experts. Qi Si ancestor was clearly someone who did not have much lifespan left. He could become younger by using lifespan Gu. He was already so old, he might have already used other methods to extend his lifespan. And these methods had their flaws. Lifespan Gu would be ineffective if they were used many times. Duke Long did not have a long lifespan, but he believed that Qi Si ancestor's lifespan was not much better. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said, since Qi Si ancestor said this, maybe we can send Gu immortals to the banquet. Even if we did not receive Qi Si ancestor's invitation, the whole world will know that Qi Si ancestor benefited from us. Even if it is a transaction, he will not be able to reject us. Duke Long agreed to this suggestion. Even if it did not work, this was a way to probe Qi Si ancestor. The current changes in the situation in the outer realm were very unfriendly to the heavenly courts. Only the East Ocean was relatively calm. The Celestial Court wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Eastern Sea's forces for now. Eastern Sea, above Qi Si. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin in one move, the commotion here increased by several times. The number of Gu immortals attending the banquet increased. The first thing the Gu immortals did was to pay respects to Qi Si ancestor, to pay their respects to the number 1 immortal of Eastern Sea. The battle between Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Now that Zhang Yin was defeated, Qi Si ancestor became the publicly recognized number 1 person in Eastern Sea. Nobody doubted this. The whole world was deceived by Fang Yuan. Zhang Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He had great coordination with Fang Yuan, together with the activation of the immortal formation under Qi Si. Qi Si ancestor's attack was so shocking. Nobody knew that Zhang Yin was controlled. Even Duke Long did not know about Dream Token. In the previous life, after he seized Dragon Palace, he learned about the secret of the 4 dragon generals. Nobody could guess that Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan were the same person. After all, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, while Qi Si ancestor was a genuine rank 8. Fang Yuan had been trying to hide the sovereign immortal aperture's secret. He gave up on some small benefits and obtained several times the benefits here. Xie Baoshu came. His face was handsome and gentle like jade. He had a graceful bearing and the appearance of a noble young master. He was a renowned independent cultivator in the Eastern Sea. He had a unique method to nurture vicissitude trees. He was once a major producer of yeargu, but this business was ruined by Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had even worked with Yu Xianzi to snatch Central Continent's moonlight mushrooms. Zui Xianwen came. He was a rare food path gu immortal in the current 5 regions. He was also the owner of Eastern Sea's Wine Sea. He had a huge collection of wine. He held a grand banquet every year. This time, he brought 1,000 jars of top-quality wine. They were specially given to Qi Si ancestor. 7 Seas Snake Lady came. This venomous woman was beautiful on the outside but ruthless on the inside. Even though she was a lone immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. This showed her strength. At the same time, she was publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Her reputation was on par with Song Yishe. Great Treasury Immortal also came. This person cultivated information path. He was dressed like a scholar. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a graceful demeanor. In the previous life, he attacked Central Continent and stole Mi Lan Guang's rank 7 immortal material electrolytic iron starflower. The Qi Si banquet caused a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's gu immortal world. All sorts of people showed up. Among them, there were more lone immortals than the righteous path. Eastern Sea had more lone immortals than the other 4 regions. After all, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. At the same time, the righteous path had many territories. Gu immortals were needed to defend them. Lone immortals had much more freedom. Central Continent gu immortal Jun Xinguang pays respects to Qi Si ancestor with a gift. I came uninvited, please forgive me. Celestial Court rank 8 Jun Xinguang appeared. The banquet went silent. Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was still nonchalant. An esteemed guest has come. What crime is there to offend? The sea is tolerant of all rivers. Tolerance is great. My Eastern Sea is tolerant of all things. How can we not have such magnanimity? Please take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. Another seat appeared. Even though it was a seat of honor, it was below the Eastern Sea rank 8 gu immortal. Seeing this, the Eastern Sea gu immortal's expressions relaxed. Eastern Sea was the region that could accept outside gu immortals the most among the 5 regions, but it was still xenophobic. The Central Continent gu immortal's arrival was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he had been waiting for the Celestial Court's envoy to appear. Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that almost everyone had arrived. He spoke, "Everyone, please listen to me." The banquet became silent again. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Fang Yuan to speak. Jun Xinguang saw this and was inwardly shocked. Qi Si ancestor had only appeared for a short period of time. His reputation in Eastern Sea had already reached this level. Nobody dared to ignore Qi Si ancestor's words, not even a single word or word. Fang Yuan did not speak much, but he clearly expressed his political opinion. Peaceful coexistence, mutual exchange. Upholding justice and resolving disputes. In the end, he said, this banquet isn't just a gathering of everyone. It's also a trade fair, an auction, and an arena. If you have any disputes, I can host it. Everyone in Eastern Sea will be the witnesses. We can gamble and resolve the conflict. If you have any resource needs or want to sell, you can come forward and state your request. From now on, I will hold a Qi Si banquet at this time every year. Of course, I will not charge any transaction fees. Ancestor is wise. Ancestor is selfless and righteous. We are in deep admiration. The Eastern Sea immortals praised. Jun Xinguang's heart shook. Qi Si ancestor's actions would greatly increase his influence in Eastern Sea's gu immortal world. Strong strength would make people revere him, while huge benefits would make people scramble for them. Moreover, Qi Si banquets would be held every year. Chapter 1898. Qi Si Banquet. The transaction was ongoing. A Gu immortal walked up to the stage. He wore a black robe and had messy hair. He raised his head and showed his true appearance. It was Eastern Sea lone immortal Wu Maiyang. Wu Maiyang had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze. He seemed to be injured. He coughed as he took out a shell that floated in the air. The Eastern Sea immortals looked at it. Many recognized it and showed disappointed expressions. This was just a small music clam. It was a rank 7 immortal material. Music clams were ordinary shells that contained sound path Dao marks. If it grew to desolate beast level, the size of the shell would increase. It would become a giant music clam. When it reached ancient desolate beast level, the music clam would shrink again. It would become a small music clam. The small music clam that Wu Maiyang took out had a dead aura. It was clearly lifeless. It was just a rank 7 sound path immortal material. But Wu Maiyang laughed coldly. Everyone, calm down. How can I embarrass myself in Ancestors' banquet? I am not selling this small music clam. I am selling the sound stored inside. Saying so, Wu Maiyang bowed towards Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please forgive me for being rude. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qi Si Ancestor, nodded lightly. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan and Wu Maiyang had met before. Back then in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had sold Bone Spike Immortal Gu to Wu Maiyang. After getting Fang Yuan's permission, Wu Maiyang turned around and used his method to open a crack in the small music clam. Immediately, all the Gu immortals present heard a crying sound. This sound was very weak. It was soft and gentle. It had a unique beauty to it, but if one tried to investigate it, they would be bound by this sound and sink into it, unable to free themselves. Mortals had no way of escaping. Even Gu immortals would suffer light injuries, or even death at worst. However, after Wu Maiyang released the sound, the small music clam did not emit any more sounds. Many of the Gu immortals sighed as they became alert. They knew that they had fallen for a trick. This is the rank 7 immortal material ghostly wailing sound. Fang Yuan said plainly, Ancestor, you have great insight. I am willing to use this ghostly wailing sound to exchange for a rank 7 dark path immortal material. It would be best if you have black hole wood or darkline seaweed, Wu Maiyang said. The immortals below the stage were silent for a moment before a Gu immortal said, I have dark line seaweed. Wu Maiyang nodded with a joyful expression. Just as he was about to reply, another person spoke, I have the black hole wood. I'll trade it for your ghostly whale. After some negotiation, Wu Maiyang walked down the stage in satisfaction. In recent years, earth trenches had appeared frequently in the 5 regions. Although East Sea had the fewest earth trenches, it still brought a wave of rich cultivation resources. The ghost wailing sound that Wu Maiyang collected might have come from there. Even though Eastern Sea's Gu immortals often interacted with each other and held many auctions, the scale was very small. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's auction. The Qi Sea banquet was going to involve the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Jewel Yellow Skies' transactions were also increasing due to the earth trenches. But transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies required a fee. Jewel Yellow Skies' fee varied according to the intensity of the treasure light. Thus, the more precious and valuable the item, the higher the fee. Rank 7 immortal materials were quite expensive. Wu Maiyang naturally tried to save as much as possible. After Wu Maiyang got off the stage, the next Gu immortal went up and took out a lump of fire to sell. This lump of fire had a yellow core and an orange-red exterior. It was filled with a deathly aura. Once it was taken out, the surrounding air became dry like a desert. The temperature rose rapidly. This is Drought Zombie Flame. The Gu immortal who sold this fire smiled. He came from an Eastern Sea super force, Su clan. His name was Su Lun. He belonged to the Righteous Path. The order Fang Yuan arranged was 1 Righteous Path member and 1 lone cultivator, alternating between the 2 sides. This rule was clearly considerate of Eastern Sea's lone immortals. It was very popular among them. Even better, there were no demonic path Gu immortals. This showed Qi Si ancestors' political attitude. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path did not feel any disgust towards this. After all, Qi Si ancestor was an Eastern Sea lone immortal. The Drought Zombie Flame caused a huge commotion. It was a rank 8 flame. Fang Yuan had to wave his hand to restrain the flame into a lump. Only then did the temperature and humidity of the Qi Si banquet return to normal. I'm sure many of you recognize this flame. But today I am not just selling this flame, I am also selling the Drought Immortal Zombie Lifespan Extension Method. This method can allow Gu Immortals who are nearing the end of their lifespan to use this flame to cultivate into a Drought Immortal Zombie. Everyone has heard of the Drought Immortal Zombie. It has battle strength that rivals rank 8 Gu Immortals. Su Luan continued. But the Gu Immortals present lacked interest. Right now, everyone knew about the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu. Once Fate Gu was repaired, immortal zombies would likely cease to exist. Once Fate is repaired, the world would not allow the living dead to exist, those who deserved to die would die. Thus, the prospects of cultivating a Drought Immortal Zombie were not bright. After a long while, a Gu Immortal asked, "Can rank 7 Gu Immortals also cultivate to become a Drought Immortal Zombie?" Su Luan nodded, "Of course. But the Drought Immortal Zombie body that is cultivated will not be complete. It can only be considered a small Drought Demon. Its battle strength will also be limited to rank 7. He was not boasting in this situation. There were experts everywhere. He might be exposed. By then, he would be publicly lying to Qi Si ancestor. Offending such a rank 8 great expert was not something that Su Luan or Su Clan wanted to see. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path representatives came to attend the banquet. Which one of them did not offer gifts? Only a few lone and demonic path Gu Immortals did so. After all, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces had huge businesses. They needed to build a good relationship with Qi Si ancestor. As for the majority of loose immortals and fiendish cultivators, they were free and independent. Su Luan did not succeed in the end. But some Gu Immortals expressed interest and were willing to negotiate. If Su Luan could lower the price, there might be a chance of success. This Drought Zombie Flame is likely from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fang Yuan thought to himself, the Shadow Sect inheritance that he obtained had a list of Zombie Alliance's inventory. Among them, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had several Drought Zombie Flames. Back then, when Spectral Soul defied heaven and refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's identities were exposed. After Spectral Soul failed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's strength was diverted. It became almost an empty nest. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path worked together to exterminate it. Looking at its location, Su Clan was one of the super forces closest to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Other than him, there were also Qin Yu Clan, Song Clan, and Hua Clan. After the Drought Zombie Flame, another Eastern Sea Gu Immortal walked up. He walked carefully, glancing at Qi Si ancestor from time to time. But Fang Yuan did not react. His eyes were closed and he looked calm. This Eastern Sea Gu Immortal relaxed slightly. He let out a breath of air and said in a hoarse voice, "I am here to exchange for an Immortal Gu." Saying so, he opened his palm, revealing an Immortal Gu inside. Instantly, the smell of blood permeated the air. The Immortal's heart skipped a beat. This was the first Immortal Gu transaction since the start of the banquet. The Immortals looked over, seeing that this Gu resembled a ladybug. It was small and exquisite. The ladybug's shell was bright red. Its belly and head were black like iron. If one listened carefully, they could hear a heartbeat coming from the ladybug's body. This heartbeat was very weak at first, but if one continued to listen, the heartbeat would get louder and louder. It would resonate with the Gu Immortal's heartbeat, affecting the Gu Immortal's heartbeat. The Immortals were shocked. Some of the rank 6 Gu Immortals with weaker cultivation level grunted. Some had pale expressions. They were clearly hit. What Immortal Gu is this? Even Gu Immortals are injured. Mortals cannot get close to it. It is clearly a Blood Path Immortal Gu. This Drowning Elder is so daring. He is actually selling a Blood Path Immortal Gu at the Qi Si banquet. Is he not afraid of Qi Si ancestor and Eastern Sea's Righteous Path attacking him? Drowning Elder is a demonic immortal to begin with. Who in Eastern Sea does not know that? Ancestor did not say that demonic path Gu Immortals could go up, but he actually walked up openly. The Immortals discussed. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. Drowning Elder had killed countless people, but he was feeling uneasy now. He cultivated waterpath, but he countered ordinary waterpath goo immortals, he had drowned countless mortals, he had even killed many righteous path goo immortals, he was a person with countless crimes. Even now, he was still wanted by 5 Eastern Sea superforces. Normally, the righteous path goo immortals would have attacked him already, but this was the Chi Si banquet, it was Chi Si ancestors' venue, who would dare to not give him face. As for how to deal with Drowning Elder, almost all the goo immortals looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was still calm, as if he was taking a nap. He did not say a word, he was still calm and composed. The immortals looked at Feng Yuan for a while, they gradually understood what was going on. It seemed that Chi Si ancestor would not make a move. Drowning Elder was excited, he had made the right bet. He was very daring, otherwise, why would he go against Eastern Sea's righteous path? At the same time, he was very meticulous, he did not take the risk blindly. Since Ancestor allowed me to join, it means he does not intend to deal with me. If he wanted to deal with me, wouldn't he have done it the moment we met? Such a person is high and mighty, how could he make things difficult for a minor character like me? With such a thought, Drowning Elder spoke again. This is rank 7 Heart Blood Immortal Goo, I captured it from an earth trench at the bottom of the sea, who wants to exchange it with me? After a moment of silence, many goo immortals started to bid. None of them were from the righteous path. Blood Path was created by Chi Si ancestor and flourished for a while, but it was suppressed and sealed by the 5 regions righteous path. Blood Sea ancestor was very capable, he actually created a blood path inheritance in the 5 regions, causing blood path to be passed down, even the righteous path forces were secretly researching it. The transaction of immortal goo could only be done by exchanging goo for goo. There was no bidding, it depended on which immortal goo Drowning Elder wanted. There were many goo immortals who were willing to exchange, many of them took out waterpath immortal goo to exchange. Eastern Sea had the most waterpath immortal goo, the number of waterpath immortal goo was also the largest in the 5 regions. This heart blood immortal goo seemed to have extraordinary power, it might be useful if it was used in battle. Under normal circumstances, goo immortals could not cultivate multiple paths because of conflicting Dao marks. But there were many goo immortals who cultivated blood path in Eastern Sea, most of them were main cultivators, some were rank 7, a few were rank 6, and some were secondary cultivators. Seeing this, the expressions of Eastern Sea's righteous path goo immortals turned even uglier. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators, to think that a heart blood immortal goo would cause so many blood path goo immortals to appear. Feng Yuan, however, was not surprised. In the 500 years of memories of his previous life, blood path was extremely tenacious. After the 5 regions merged, the number of blood path goo immortals continued to rise. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, blood path became even more popular, there was no way to stop it. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan was also one of them. I can try for this heart blood immortal goo. In Song Zi Xing's inheritance, there is a killer move, using heart blood immortal goo as the core is the most suitable. Feng Yuan had a thought, when Zhang Yin spoke, I want this heart blood immortal goo, I also have several rank 7 water path immortal goo, you can choose from them. Also, I will owe you a favor. Chapter 1899. Once Zhang Yin made a move, with the power of a rank 8, many competitors immediately gave up. Not to mention that they could not compete with a rank 8 goo immortal, even if they could, they would offend this rank 8 lone immortal. Sometimes, lone immortals were scarier than righteous path rank 8s, because they were unrestrained and free, they did not have as many concerns as righteous path forces. As for why Zhang Yin was interested in heart blood immortal goo, that was his own problem. The goo immortals present could not ask. As the representative of Celestial Court, Jun Shenguang saw this and felt even more worried. Chi Si ancestor was hosting this banquet, immortal goo and immortal materials were being traded openly, it satisfied the cultivation needs of many Eastern Sea goo immortals. After this banquet, Eastern Sea goo immortals would have abundant cultivation resources, their strength would definitely increase. This was a good thing for Eastern Sea's goo immortal world, but for Celestial Court, it was not so good. especially when Qi Si ancestor announced earlier that such Qi Si banquets would be held every year. This frequency was too high. Jun Shenguang could not help but think, Qi Si ancestor, do you have nothing better to do, holding a banquet every year? Aren't you tired? Different from Jewel Yellow Skies and the other auctions, you do not charge any fees. What are you after? It seems that Qi Si ancestor is not without ambition. He is nurturing his reputation. Using the Qi Si banquet, he can consolidate his reputation every year. In the future, be it joining Celestial Court or staying in Eastern Sea, it will be good. I heard that Qi Si ancestor has many descendants. In the future, when these people travel in Eastern Sea with Qi Si ancestor's name, they will definitely be welcomed by everyone. Jun Shenguang was a rank 8 of Celestial Court. He naturally had his own strategies. He gradually realized some things. Right at this time, a message came from Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle informed Jun Shenguang, asking him to cooperate with other Gu immortals and secretly purchase Heart-Blood Immortal Gu for them. Jun Shenguang frowned. He was not wondering why Celestial Court needed this Blood Path Immortal Gu. The truth was, Celestial Court had been researching Blood Path. They had great results. Jun Shenguang only felt troubled. He replied, the situation has changed again. Just earlier, Zhang Yin took action and offered a high price for Heart-Blood Immortal Gu. Fairy Ziwei, who was in Heavenly Court, hesitated for a moment before arranging. Then watch from the sidelines, I will arrange the others. Jun Shenguang was Heavenly Court's representative. If he competed with Zhang Yin for a Blood Path Immortal Gu, it would greatly affect Heavenly Court's reputation. In Fairy Myrtle's plan, he was only. Heavenly Court placed great importance on this Qi Si banquet. Among the participants, there were people like Jun Shenguang who had rank 8 cultivation level on the surface. There were also hidden members with rank 6 or 7 cultivation level. What a coincidence! I am also interested in this Heart-Blood Immortal Gu. Yang Jun suddenly spoke. Just as Zhang Yin thought the situation was set, this Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal joined the fray. This startled the immortals. Even Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Yang Jun had participated in the fight for the Dragon Palace. He had an immortal Gu house called Fragrant Horse Carriage. While chasing after Dragon Palace, he found traces of Fang Yuan. Let Fang Yuan's dream of the Oriole fall through. Afterwards, Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. After doing this, Yang Jun immediately concealed himself and disappeared without a trace. When Fate Gu repaired itself, Yang Jun did not appear to help the Celestial Court. During the battle, the Celestial Court was in a tight spot. It was impossible for them to hold back. But Yang Jun did not appear. This proved that he was not a true member of the Celestial Court. It was likely that he had some sort of agreement with the Celestial Court. He had to help them once. Then this time, is he helping the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan had a thought. This was not easy to deduce. Even with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, he lacked crucial clues. He could not make a judgment. Regardless of whether this was the case, Fang Yuan secretly ordered Zhang Yin to be forceful and try to obtain this immortal Gu. Thus, Zhang Yin smiled. Yang Jun, to speak the truth, I am very interested in this immortal Gu. If you insist, why don't we spar once? Yang Jun frowned slightly, thinking, Zhang Yin is going all out to obtain this immortal Gu? Qi Si ancestor could defeat him in one move because he is too strong. If I fight him, it will be a draw. Sigh, should I persist or help the Celestial Court? Yang Jun fell into hesitation. Back then, when he was in dire straits, he received help from the Celestial Court. He owed the Celestial Court a favor. This debt was too huge. It gradually became a sore point for Yang Jun. Yang Jun thought about it. He decided to repay the Celestial Court's favor and fulfill the alliance agreement. This is a good opportunity. If I do not make a move now, during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the Celestial Court asks me to deal with the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, I cannot go back on my word. I can only do it. Thankfully, I have some understanding of Drowning Elder's situation. Thinking up to this point, Yang Jun smiled. Fellow immortal Zhang Yin, please calm down. Our spar is not important. this heart-blood immortal goo belongs to Drowning Elder. I believe that he will be interested in the water path immortal goo I take out." Saying so, Yang Jun took out an immortal goo. Drowning Elder saw this and was overjoyed. He shouted, I'll trade, I want this immortal goo." Zhang Yin was stunned. What should he do in this situation? Under everyone's gazes, he could not snatch it. Qi Si ancestor would definitely make a move. Even though he was in cahoots with the main body, they were putting on an act now. They had their own standpoints. They had to put on an act. Zhang Yin could not make a move, neither could the main body, Qi Si ancestor. Right at this time, Yang Jun took the initiative to leave. He grabbed heart-blood immortal goo and threw the water path immortal goo to the other party. The immortals showed strange expressions. Yang Jun moved very quickly. He used an immortal killer move. Wasn't he too impatient? Yang Jun let out a breath of air like he was relieved of a heavy burden. He sat down and placed heart-blood immortal goo into jewel yellow skies. Buying and selling immortal goo in jewel yellow skies was expensive, but the Celestial Court was a huge organization. They did not care about this. Fairy Myrtle obtained heart-blood immortal goo and immediately gave it to someone else. This person cultivated in Demon Judgment Board all year round. After obtaining this heart-blood immortal goo, he shouted in joy, I have succeeded. He jumped out of Demon Judgment Board. Immediately, the surrounding 100 li was filled with blood light, fragrance assaulted the senses, immortal music resounded in the sky, 8-petal blood flowers were flying in the sky. He was tall and handsome. He had a smile on his face. There was a headband on his head. There was a blood-colored halo behind his head. There seemed to be a formless staircase in the air, allowing him to walk down step by step. Gue Fangjing was cultivating in front of Demon Judgment Board. Seeing this, he quickly knelt down. Fangjing pays respects to Master. Get up, my disciple. I obtained a crucial immortal goo. The blood path method that I have conceived in my life now has its core and foundation. I have been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board for hundreds of years. It is time for me to come out. This rank 8 goo immortal had a gentle tone. He stretched out his hand. A force appeared out of nowhere and helped Gue Fangjing up. Fangjing cupped his fists again. Disciple congratulates Master. Ever since he was captured by Shen Tsongxing in Eastern Sea, he was redeemed by the Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling observed his luck and suggested to Fairy Myrtle to let him become the next Demon Judgment Board Lord. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long discussed and agreed. Fangjing came to Demon Judgment Board to cultivate, becoming the disciple of the current Demon Judgment Board Lord. Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It had a long history. When Blood Sea ancestor wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, the Celestial Court felt danger. A predecessor of the Celestial Court found the wild blood relation immortal goo according to the revelation of Fate Goo. Blood relation immortal goo was rank 8. After being captured by the Celestial Court, it was added to Demon Judgment Board. This caused any blood path cultivator in the world, as long as they had not reached rank 9, to be sensed by Demon Judgment Board. The Celestial Court relied on the accurate information on Demon Judgment Board and used cruel methods to eliminate Central Continent's blood path while it was still growing. Moreover, they selectively informed the other 4 regions about Demon Judgment Board's information, causing the other regions' righteous path to be more effective in suppressing blood path. Blood path had never truly prospered. It was firmly suppressed. Demon Judgment Board could be said to be the greatest contributor. After blood path was created by Blood Sea ancestor, the Celestial Court had been researching it. Their results were higher than any other super force in the world. The current Demon Judgment Board Lord, Red Heart Traveler, cultivated blood path. He had been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board, studying it painstakingly. His research was extremely fruitful, allowing the Celestial Court to be at the forefront of blood path in the 5 regions. With a flash of light, 9 spiritual fairies suddenly appeared in front of Red Heart Traveler. Dao friend Red Heart, I have come to meet up with you. We are going to Western Desert to find trouble with Fong clan. Red Heart Traveler nodded slightly. Before leaving, he reminded Gue Fangjing, Demon Judgment Board cannot be without a lord for a single day. Fangjing is my disciple. After I leave, you will take over as Demon Judgment Board Lord. My inheritance is left in the board. Not only that, the previous Demon Judgment Board lords have more or less their cultivation experiences. From now on, you will cultivate in Demon Judgment Board. It will be greatly beneficial to you. I hope you will persevere. Do not slack off and waste this fortuitous opportunity. Yes, Master, disciple will follow Master's teachings. I will not forget it for even a moment. Guyue Fangjing promptly answered. Red Heart Traveler nodded and left. His relationship with Guyue Fangjing was very shallow. If not for Fairy Myrtle's order, he would not have taken Guyue Fangjing as his disciple. This master-disciple relationship was of great help to him. Luck Path is truly mystical. Earlier, when Senior Qin Ding Ling found me, she advised me, if I take Fangjing as my disciple, I will be able to use his luck to enhance my own cultivation. I did not expect there to be such great results so quickly. Before I leave, I want to pay a visit to Senior Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler said with deep emotions. 9 Spiritual Fairy nodded. She did not lack this bit of time. Qin Ding Ling returned to Celestial Court. She had an immortal Gu Palace as her residence. The two paid their respects to Qin Ding Ling. The latter observed their luck and saw that 9 spiritual fairies' luck had 9 bright lights. They were clear and moving, like green leaves after a storm. Disaster was averted and fortune came. It had a flourishing aura. Red Heart Traveler's luck was like a sun in the sky. It was also like a blood pill, full and smooth without any flaws. It was rising from the clouds. It was grand and majestic. It had a grand aura. This was a reflection of Red Heart Traveler's many years of closed cultivation. Once he came out and roamed the world, he would shine brightly and his name would spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Ding Ling smiled and told the two, this business would be smooth as long as they followed the prescribed order. There would be no twists and turns. The two bid farewell to Qin Ding Ling and flew in the sky towards Central Heaven Gate. On the way, they passed by Embroidered Tower and saw a Gu Immortal standing in front of the tower in a daze, not moving at all. 9 Spiritual Fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and sighed. This is Feng Jioge. After his defeat in the River of Time, he became dispirited. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, his expression solemn. He is comprehending the Tao. When I was in closed cultivation in the board, I would occasionally fall into this state. I cannot disturb him. 9 Spiritual Fairy revealed an expression of surprise. Oh? No wonder Fairy Myrtle left him alone. I am ashamed. I have inherited the 9 Spirit Transformation inheritance. I have always cultivated it according to the prescribed order. I have never modified it, so I do not know the truth. Red Heart Traveler consoled with a smile. Fairy's 9 Spirit Transformation is the top transformation path inheritance of our Celestial Court. After being modified by generations of predecessors, I am afraid it has already reached a stage where it cannot be modified anymore. Although he cultivated Blood Path, his temperament was extremely good. He treated people warmly like a spring breeze. 9 Spiritual Fairy smiled. Back then, when Master taught me the true inheritance, he said that my aptitude was lacking. I can only be envious of geniuses like you. Chapter 1900. Eastern Sea. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged, hitting the reefs on the island and causing them to explode into white foam. Evil winds howled. The weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea, but there were 4 Gu Immortals hiding here. The 4 Gu Immortals were all injured. One was lying on the ground. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. The other 3 were sitting cross-legged on the ground, healing their injuries. A moment later, one of them coughed intensely, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Lord! The other 2 immortals who were still conscious quickly stopped healing. They gathered around him with concern. The one who coughed out blood was Miao Mingshen. This Gu Immortal cultivated Space Path. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was very famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. He had a wide network and influence. He was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor thin. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions. He was skilled at treating others with humility. He had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's three lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qiyi, followed Miao Mingshen's lead. The four formed a tight group. But now, among them, Gui Qiyi was unconscious. His skin was emitting a poisonous purple color. He was in a dangerous situation. Miao Mingshen wiped the blood from his mouth. He had a pale expression as he spoke with difficulty. My injuries, cough cough, are not important. The important thing is old Gui's condition. That's right, Gui Qiyi was hit by the ice-poison starfish's thorns. We cannot cure this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Feng Jiang's expression was cold. Even though the ice-poison starfish's thorns are tricky, I heard that Su Chen and Fairy Jiu Yu can save him. Miao Mingshen shook his head, sighing. Fairy Jiu Yu and Ren Xiaoping have a secret relationship. I know about it already. Su Chen is attending the Qi Si banquet now. We cannot expose our identities and secrets. We can only rely on ourselves for old Gui's injuries. I intend to use the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. With this water, we can get rid of the ice thorn starfish's poison. Lord. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were moved. Miao Mingshen laughed heartily. A mere rank 8 immortal material can save my life. It is worth it. Speaking of which, we have to thank this demon, Feng Yuan. If not for him defeating the Celestial Court would not be buying time path immortal materials so crazily in jewel yellow skies. Immortal Hua Dai nodded and sighed. Yeah, this demon Feng Yuan actually obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and can control the Stone Lotus Islands. The Celestial Court has suffered a huge setback this time. The losses are too great. Feng Jiang said worriedly, Feng Yuan is too cunning. The Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Now that Feng Yuan had obtained the true legacy of the Red Lotus, he was truly powerful. If we don't stop him, Feng Yuan will become even more terrifying and pose a threat to the entire world. Immortal Hua Dai smiled. Ah Feng, you are worrying too much. A person like Feng Yuan can come and go as he pleases. How can we compare to him? The world is so big, can we even meet him? Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone taller to hold it up. The Celestial Court will not let him off. We just need to watch the show. This time, Feng Yuan used the Stone Lotus Islands to trap the Celestial Court. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. He displayed the image of the Celestial Court's defeat in jewel yellow skies for all the Gu immortals in the world to see. This way, Feng Yuan's fame and reputation rose again. The Celestial Court's reputation was dealt a heavy blow again. It was reasonable for Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to know about this. But they did not know that in the past, when Feng Yuan pretended to be Chu Ying, he had interacted with them and saved their lives. Feng Yuan was right beside them. Miao Mingshen sighed faintly. He was an ambitious person. He was not willing to live a peaceful life. If not for this, he would not have given in to others and made friends with so many Gu immortals, uniting Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi. As an ambitious Gu immortal, he had complex emotions towards Feng Yuan's rise and rise. Feng Yuan rose too quickly. In less than 100 years, he went from a mortal Gu master to a rank 7 Gu immortal. But how long did Miao Mingshen take? Hundreds of years. In less than 100 years, Miao Mingshen watched as Feng Yuan rose. It was like he was watching a show. But the main character was not him. Even though he thought that he was rank 7 like Feng Yuan could already control a rank 8 immortal Gu house. He controlled the Stone Lotus Island and attacked the Celestial Court. What about himself? Miao Mingshen looked at himself. He was in dire straits. Not only was he heavily injured, Gui Qiyi was on the verge of death. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were also injured. And the cause of all of this was his enemy, Ren Xiaoping, who was searching for them. He was truly trapped both internally and externally. At this moment, Miao Mingshen even suspected. Was it wrong for him to work hard all these years, to lower himself to make connections, to win over the 3 immortals around him? If he did not make a mistake, why did he end up like this? He immediately thought of Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor held Qi Si banquets. He invited all the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea. He was too famous. Miao Mingshen had heard of it long ago. He even wanted to attend it. But now that he was plotted against by Ren Xiaoping, he could only hide. He missed this opportunity. Miao Mingshan admired and envied Qi Si ancestor greatly. If I learn from Qi Si ancestor and cultivate in seclusion, would I improve more? I would not be plotted against by people like Ren Xiaoping? Miao Mingshan gritted his teeth. He dispelled this thought that shook his morale. He let out a breath of air. He said to Feng Jiang and immortal Hua Dai, Feng Yuan is lucky. He has the backing of several venerables. He does not lack cultivation resources. He is also an otherworldly demon with spring-autumn cicada. After pausing for a while, he said, he is too far away from us. We need to wake old Gue up first before leaving this place. Feng Jiang and immortal Hua Dai nodded in agreement. Miao Mingshan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies with his divine sense. He used the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. The entire transaction was very smooth. There were no unexpected incidents. In the previous life, Celestial Court not only occupied the River of Time and restricted Feng Yuan's search for the Stone Lotus Island, it also worked with Southern Border's righteous path to ostracize Feng Yuan in Jewel Yellow Skies, obstructing his businesses and buying Time Path immortal materials. But in this life, Celestial Court's situation was much worse. Even though they still worked with Southern Border's righteous path to restrict Feng Yuan's businesses in Jewel Yellow Skies, they lost the River of Time and suffered a huge loss. They needed to refine many Time Path immortal goo, and most importantly, they had to prevent Feng Yuan from refining them. Thus, in this life, even though Celestial Court did not lack Time Path immortal materials in their inventory, they bought more Time Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. Miao Mingshan obtained more underworld yellow water from the transactions than in the previous life. Of course, he did not know about this. Next, Miao Mingshan used the underworld yellow water to cleanse Gui Qi Ye's body. He had to control himself well. After all, this underworld yellow water would corrode an unguarded Gu immortal's body. The poison in Gui Qi Ye's body was cleansed. He slowly woke up and thanked Miao Mingshan. Miao Mingshan's words made Gui Qi Ye's eyes turn red. The four finally had time to breathe. They started to think of a way to deal with that damned Ren Xiaoping outside. Just the four of them alone could not do it. That Ren Xiaoping was an enslavement path expert. He could fight many people alone. This time, he had other Gu immortals helping him. Thus, Ren Xiaoping's side had more people than Miao Mingshan. Gui Qi thought about it. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping plotted against us because Lord has the method to enter the Blue Dragon Whale. It is related to a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Right now, we can only use this secret to invite our comrades to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance before Ren Xiaoping. If we are late and Ren Xiaoping leaks this secret, not only will we lose the initiative, we will also become the target of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Miao Mingshan nodded in agreement. Even though he was unwilling, this was the only way now. Regarding the secret of the Blue Dragon Whale, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It was a pity that Ren Xiaoping's side was plotting against Miao Mingshan. It would be leaked soon. According to Gui Qi Ye's method, Miao Mingshan's side could not only gather a group of Gu immortals, their strength would increase. They could resist Ren Xiaoping and protect their lives. They could also explore the Blue Dragon Whale. It would be a good thing if they could gain any benefits. In this situation, they could only share some of the benefits they could gain in the future, to share this secret with more people. Like in the previous life, after Miao Mingshan and the other immortals discussed, they decided on the people. Chu Ying was one of them. When Feng Yuan received the invitation, he was still in the Qi Si banquet. During this period, some famous Eastern Sea Gu immortals came to participate in the banquet. For example, Adversity Sea's Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal. All sorts of people appeared. Feng Yuan gained a new understanding of Eastern Sea's situation. Jun Shenguang was also collecting information. In fact, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Southern Border also had eyes and ears hidden among them. This went without saying. Feng Yuan's Qi Si banquet, even though it was only the first time, it had already affected the transcendence. All the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying attention to it. Eastern Sea's cultivation resources were too abundant. During this period, many Gu immortals publicly traded immortal Gu. Each successful transaction meant that Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world's strength rose slightly. Jun Shenguang and the rest felt heavier. If Fang Yuan wanted these immortal Gu and immortal materials, he could get Zhang Yin and the other dragon generals to sell them for him. As for himself, he was determined not to make a move. He was like a backdrop. But it was this background that no one could ignore from the beginning to the end. It is about time. The Qi Si banquet ends here. Fang Yuan spoke. All the immortals were astonished and confused. Why did it suddenly end? Fang Yuan smiled warmly. The transactions are endless. How long are we going to continue? Most of you have important matters to attend to. It is not good for me to keep you here. I organized this banquet to make it convenient for Eastern Sea's comrades. I also wanted to get to know them. Now that things have come to this, it is already a success. The truth was, he had matters to attend to. You guys can go back to where you came from. Don't obstruct me. Fang Yuan spoke politely. Even if the Eastern Sea immortals were unhappy, they did not dare to go against the number one person of Eastern Sea. The immortals stood up and bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1901. Several days later, on a nameless island in Eastern Sea, 8 Gu immortals had finally gathered. Miao Mingshen was the leader, Gui Qiyi, immortal Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang were beside him. Other than them, there was Zheng Luo Zi, Tu A, Tong Hua, and Fang Yuan. Even though I have revived, it does not seem to have affected Miao Mingshen. Fang Yuan was disguised as Chu Ying. He observed calmly. Similar to the previous life, Miao Mingshen's choices did not change. But Fang Yuan was completely different from the previous life. His current situation was much better than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, he could not annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. He only annexed the resources of Qi Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public Grotto Heaven, digesting some of them. And rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form was still resisting Fang Yuan's refinement. It did not succeed. The most regretful thing was that in the previous life, his plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had failed. His soul path cultivation was severely obstructed. He could not make any progress. At the same time, the production of Guts Gu could not be raised. In this life, Fang Yuan had already annexed Qi Si Grotto Heaven. He had rank 8 cultivation level and even turned into Qi Si Ancestor, obtaining huge political benefits. He had already refined heaven form. It was just that he had not found more Grotto Heavens. Green Ghost Desert had been developing. His soul path cultivation was advancing rapidly. Not to mention the production of Guts Gu, it surpassed the previous record by many times. In the previous life, Celestial Court occupied the River of Time. Fang Yuan fought hard to escape. But in this life, Fang Yuan occupied the River of Time. Celestial Court suffered huge losses. Their reputation suffered a huge blow. But Celestial Court had no choice but to continue building immortal Gu houses and send more troops to the River of Time. They did not dare to watch Fang Yuan occupy the River of Time and obtain a second Red Lotus true inheritance. It was not just the River of Time that had switched its offensive and defensive positions. Fang Yuan had made arrangements in the Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and he had made great progress. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he racked his brains, using the 5 regions and 2 heavens as a chessboard. He spread his pieces in all directions, bringing huge benefits not only in the immediate future, but also in the future. A similar situation was that Fang Yuan's business in Jewel Yellow Skies was jointly boycotted and suppressed by Zhongzhou State and the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan didn't have a good solution for the time being. Firstly, his influence on the Southern Alliance was indeed declining. After all, his extortion chips were decreasing. Only Second Aperture Immortal Gu was extremely attractive to Southern Borders Gu Immortals. Secondly, be it Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance, they had huge businesses and deep foundations. Fang Yuan could not compete with them in Jewel Yellow Skies in terms of price and foundation. Fang Yuan's foundation was mostly focused on immortal Gu houses, and secluded domains of heaven and earth. His cultivation resources were all turned into his own strength. For example, Guts Gu. If Fang Yuan put Guts Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies, this monopoly would definitely be very popular. No matter how the Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance tried to suppress it, it would have no effect. But Feng Yuan did not do that. He chose to use most of the Guts Goo on his soul path cultivation. He was still trying all ways to raise his battle strength. This choice put him in an even more disadvantageous position in the confrontation in Jewel Yellow Skies. In terms of immortal materials, my current life is even worse than my previous life. After all, I lost too many immortal goo in the previous life. In this life, I also have more subordinates. In the previous life, Lady White Rabbit, Sixth Hare, and Fairy Meow Een died long ago. In this life, not only are they still alive, I have also annexed the 4 variant human races. I have also set up an even bigger business in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, starting to raise snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, and others on a large scale, trying to encroach on human path. Feng Yuan's immortal materials were much more than in the previous life. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that he annexed Langya Blessed Land was a huge profit. But in this life, his expenses were also much higher. A large amount of Luck Path Immortal Goo and Wood Path Immortal Goo were refined, the nurturing of variant humans, the collection of 12 immemorial year beasts to nurture his clones, as well as several intense battles. He expended a vast amount of immortal essence and lost countless goo worms. All in all, be it externally or internally, Feng Yuan's situation was much better than in the previous life. The only weakness was that he did not have a lot of immortal materials in stock. Some types of immortal materials were almost depleted. In this situation, Feng Yuan did not intend to fight to the death with Celestial Court in Jewel Yellow Skies. Celestial Court was purchasing Time Path immortal materials. They were clearly trying to stop Feng Yuan. They were even crazier than in the previous life. Feng Yuan chose to retreat. In this aspect, he could not compete with Celestial Court, not to mention that Celestial Court had the Southern Alliance. Feng Yuan's next plan was to obtain Regret Goo and advance his own immortal goo on a large scale. This was the same as in the previous life. He had a large number of rank 6 immortal goo on hand now. Once he raised these rank 6 immortal goo to rank 7, his battle strength would soar to a whole new level. Just cooking Luck Pot alone was worth looking forward to. In the previous life, I lacked time and did not obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance, so I was in a hurry in the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture. I did not focus on attacking it. This time, not only am I going to obtain Regret Goo, I am also going to try my best to see if I can take that Merit Obelisk, and even the entire Paradise Earth True Inheritance and the Blue Dragon Whale. Feng Yuan had calculated the time very clearly. It was not far from Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention to fully repair Fate Goo. But it was not a problem. Feng Yuan arranged for Jean Budu to stay in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This clone did not let him down. His progress was stable and fast. When Feng Yuan comes out, Jean Budu will be able to coordinate with him and annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This would save Feng Yuan a huge amount of precious time. He could invest it into the Blue Dragon Whale. This was an early investment, but it was already snowballing into a positive development. In the near future, Feng Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Mingshen looked around. Everyone, I have already explained the details of the operation here. I have also given you a day to consider it. This is my first time doing this. The risk is hard to estimate. There is a possibility of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingshen, will not stop you. I truly understand your decision. Of course, no one gave up. This matter concerned Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Even if they did not share the same path, the immortals were filled with anticipation. These last days, they had been thinking about what was inside the Blue Dragon Whale. But they did not know that Feng Yuan was already aware of this. He had already set up all sorts of detailed and reliable plans. Similar to the previous life, before the immortals set off, Zheng Luozi helped them set up an alliance agreement. Next, the immortals entered the sea. They were planted with a marking method. After that, they entered the undercurrent with Miao Mingshen leading the way. He changed his path from time to time. Feng Yuan mixed in with the immortals. He followed Miao Mingshen closely. In the previous life, he had already set up the location of the blue dragon whale, but the blue dragon whale did not appear. If he did not follow Miao Mingxin closely, he might not be able to find the blue dragon whale. There were 8 immortals in total. They traveled continuously for several days. They mainly used the undercurrent. If there was no undercurrent, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly. They were very low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would mainly avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would give up on them. Along the way, under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the immortals kept communicating. The atmosphere in the group became very harmonious. Miao Mingxin also silently became the core of the group. He had connections everywhere. His social skills were indeed top-notch. The immortals traveled day and night without stopping. Miao Mingxin was afraid that Ren Xiaoping would leak the news, so he made full use of his time. Suddenly, he slowed down slightly. He suppressed his excitement and said, "We are close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan frowned. Just like in the previous life, he had already been investigating Miao Mingxin, but he could not see what method Miao Mingxin used to find the blue dragon whale. Currently, this location was completely different from Fang Yuan's previous life. As they got closer to the blue dragon whale, the immortals started to notice abnormalities. The seawater became more turbulent. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts started to increase in numbers. Fang Yuan and the rest had to move forward while killing desolate beasts, creating a path of blood. The immortals fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan had a strange expression. In the previous life, he had fallen for it, but this time, he had experienced it, and after thinking about it carefully, he noticed some minute abnormalities. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's test has already begun at the bottom of the sea. If I take the initiative to die now, will I be teleported into the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture? Fang Yuan felt that the possibility was high, but he did not want to take the risk. To play it safe, he wanted to learn from the previous life and die, step by step. Who is it? Right at this time, Zheng Luozi shouted coldly, using a killer move towards his left. The killer move did not have any offensive power, but several Gu immortals appeared. As expected of Zheng Luozi, an excellent information path investigative method, it is amazing. The leader of the Gu immortals smiled as he said that a burst of power appeared. Not only did he break Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move, he even moved towards Miao Mingxin and the rest. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly stunned. Why is Shen Songsheng following us? This was very different from the situation in his previous life. This person who broke Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move with just one sentence was naturally Shen Clan's first supreme elder, Shen Songsheng. This was one of the current righteous path rank 8 Gu immortals. Miao Mingxin and the rest only had rank 7 cultivation level. They could not fight him. However, not only did Shen Songsheng come, there were also several Gu immortals with him, not just experts from Shen Clan, there were also lone cultivator experts like Ren Xiaoping. Fang Yuan had a shocked expression, but this was obviously an act. His main body was here, not just Shen Songsheng. Even if the 4 Eastern Sea Righteous Path rank 8s came, Fang Yuan would not fear them. Miao Mingxin and the rest were truly shocked. The other party was too strong. They had no chance of winning. Chapter 1902. Why are they here? Immortal Hua Dai gasped, feeling cold all over. If not for the dangerous environment, I would not have sensed them, I would not have found them. Let's go. Zheng Luozi urged with a panicked expression. There is a traitor among us. Split up. Miao Mingxin's expression was dark. He understood now. His gaze swept past Tu Tuo, Tong Hua, and Zheng Luozi, pausing on Fang Yuan for a moment. Evidently, he was most suspicious of this Chu Ying, because he had not investigated his background with his true inheritances. Haha, I wanted to follow you to find the blue dragon whale. Since you have been exposed, none of you can escape. Shen Songsheng spoke as he flicked his fingers. Sound waves spread rapidly and caught up to Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin and the rest were enveloped by the sound waves. Their speed fell sharply. Shoo! Shen Songsheng blew a long whistle at the bottom of the sea. Immortal Hua Dai cried out in shock. Countless sound waves bound her body as Shen Songsheng pulled her over. Xiao Dai! Feng Jiang saw this and his eyes turned bloodshot. He rushed back to help, but because he was too weak, he was captured by Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng had rank 8 cultivation level. His sound path methods were very outstanding. In the previous life, he could even capture the rank 8 Gu immortal Old Man Bei Feng in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was easy for him to capture small fries like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. Go! Feng Jiang shouted angrily. But Shen Songsheng grabbed his neck and fainted on the spot. He snorted coldly, attack! The Shen clan Gu immortals and Ren Xiaoping had already found their targets. They attacked separately. They had been tailing them for a long time. They had already discussed and assigned their targets. Thus, this time, not only were their attacks orderly, they even coordinated with each other. The one attacking Fang Yuan was Shen clan's Gu immortal Shen Tan, a normal water path Gu immortal. He shot out a water ring the size of a water jar and was about to cover Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan was unwilling to make a move. Suddenly, he transformed into a small seahorse. He was only the size of a palm. With a whoosh, he leaped out like lightning. Shen Tan missed his target. After a moment of surprise, he continued to attack and drew out 3 water rings, each of which appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned into a swimming fish again, twisting left and turning right with extreme agility, dodging these 3 water rings. Shen Tan's expression immediately turned ugly, and he called out to Ren Xiaoping who was next to him, "Please help me, fellow immortal Ren." Ren Xiaoping aimed his attack at Tonghua. He was controlling the 2 vicious sharks. Hearing Shen Tan's words, he immediately nodded. Sure. One of the vicious sharks that was pestering Tonghua immediately turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scanned his surroundings at lightning speed. He realized that if he passed this obstacle, he would be the one at the very front. Thus, he slowed down and pretended to be intercepted by the vicious sharks. With this delay, Shen Tan laughed loudly, controlling 4 water rings to block Fang Yuan. Let's see where you can run to now. He did not know who he was intercepting. If he knew that it was Chu Ying's true identity, he would have shivered already. Fang Yuan pretended to be a trapped beast, patiently sizing up his companions. Tua was already intercepted. As an earth path cultivator, his speed was not high. He was at a disadvantage in the sea. Tonghua was being held back by Ren Xiaoping's 2 vicious sharks. Zheng Luozi was like a white specter at the bottom of the sea, moving left and right, competing with Shen clan's Shen Qi for speed. Gui Qi Lao and Miao Ming Shen moved together. They chased after the 2 Shen clan Gu immortals, suddenly shouting, "Lord, leave quickly, I will block them." He stopped abruptly and pushed his palms behind him. With a loud bang, a large amount of pitch-black fog spread rapidly. The 2 Shen clan Gu immortals were too fast. They plunged into the fog and vanished without a trace. Old Gui, take care. Miao Ming Shen knew that the situation was dire. He flew up with tears in his eyes. Shen Songsheng completely suppressed Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai. He snickered at this. Where are you going? Saying so, several formless sound waves chased after Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen's hair stood on end. Alarm bells rang in his mind. His gaze flashed like lightning. He shouted and used a space path killer move at the crucial moment. His figure disappeared abruptly and reappeared 100 steps ahead of him. At the next second, he vanished again. When he appeared again, he was 100 steps away from Fang Yuan and the rest. Like this, Miao Ming Shen successfully escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Songsheng gasped in surprise. His method was at the level of a true rank 8. Miao Ming Shen actually managed to escape. It was truly amazing. Miao Ming Shen was the most crucial person. Shen Songsheng did not care about keeping Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang in his immortal aperture. He threw them to the others and chased after Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen charged out of the sea. He was covered in cold sweat. My escaping method can teleport 100 li away normally. But in front of Shen Songsheng, I can only teleport 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the sea broke apart as Shen Songsheng shot out. Miao Mingshin's body shook, his speed fell as he was hit by Shen Songsheng's killer move again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Mingshin struggled with all his might. He felt more and more despair in his heart. Right at this time, a sharp cry could be heard. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew toward Shen Songsheng. The immemorial thunder phoenix was ferocious. Shen Songsheng's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless. He could only let go of Miao Mingshin for now and block the immemorial thunder phoenix. With a loud sound, the immemorial thunder phoenix knocked Shen Songsheng into the sea, creating waves like an explosion. Miao Mingshin used this chance to escape again. His body was drenched in cold sweat. At this time, he finally had the time to observe his surroundings. Above the sea, tornadoes were raging, lightning was flashing, thunder was rumbling, the dark clouds were like a city. The sea was in a frenzy, setting off stormy waves. Each wave was about to cover the sky and cover the earth. Each wave was at least 300 meters tall. Large numbers of birds and eagles were flying around in the sky amidst the lightning and thunder, fighting and killing each other. Within the dark clouds, blue charm lightning shadows could be seen, being hunted down by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. The situation was extremely dangerous. Where did I end up? Miao Mingshin took in a deep breath of cold air. Chase after them. Right at this time, Shen Tan's anxious voice could be heard from behind. Earlier, when Shen Tan caught the two captives that Shen Songsheng threw to him, Fang Yuan took the chance to attack. Not only did he destroy the 4 water rings, he even helped them. Tong Hua, Zheng Luozi, and Fang Yuan left the sea and flew into the sky. Don't think of escaping. Shen Tan, Shen Qi, and Ren Xiaoping chased after them. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky, enveloping the immortals. The immortals quickly defended against it. Another group of eagles swooped down, scattering the immortals. The situation was chaotic. Scram! At the next moment, a sound wave came from the depths of the sea. Shen Songsheng flew out from the sound wave, instantly flying into the sky from the sea. He waved his hands. 2 translucent sound waves shot out like 2 sharp blades, surrounding the battlefield from both sides. Immortal killer move, long space sound blade. Wherever the sound blades passed, be it the eagles or the lightning, they were all cut into 2. Even the immemorial thunder phoenixes were injured and retreated. The sound blades went around Tong Hua and pierced through Zheng Luozi's neck. Zheng Luozi's eyes were wide open, his head fell to the ground. The sound blades caught up to Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He suddenly changed his direction and burst out with speed, flying towards the nearest immemorial thunder phoenix. At the next moment his body turned into charcoal. He died on the spot. Shen Songsheng did not even look at Fang Yuan's corpse. He charged towards Miao Mingshin again. Blue Dragon Whale Paradise. Guidance Island. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and quickly woke up. I came here after all. He stood up and looked around. The blue sea and white waves, the golden beach, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was quiet and peaceful. Fang Yuan saw Zheng Luozi. He was clearly killed by Shen Songsheng's sound path killer move. His head had fallen to the ground. But now, he was lying on the beach not far away. His breathing was stable. He was in a deep sleep. His head was still on his neck. As expected. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The illusion realm has already started. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. Fang Yuan was electrocuted to death by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix. He was brought here. Zheng Luozi was killed by Shen Songsheng. He was also brought here. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield in Central Continent was similar. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent occupied that place and sent their Gu immortals to fight inside. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. At most, you will suffer some injuries from dying too many times. Thus, Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. Even if he killed Shen Songsheng, he would not die. Instead, he would be sent here in advance, exposing his identity for no reason. Fang Yuan waved his hand. A chi blade slashed at Zheng Luozi. Zheng Luozi was caught off guard. He was about to be killed by the chi blade, but the chi blade vanished the moment it hit him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and left. When Shen Songsheng opened his eyes with difficulty, his vision was still blurry, but he heard a surprised voice. First Supreme Elder, you are finally awake. Next, his vision cleared up. He saw Shen Tan, Shen Qi, Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshen, Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, Tong Hua, and the rest. They were facing each other nervously. What is going on? Didn't I die? Shen Songsheng was shocked. He was dazed. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was naturally the one who lasted the longest in the illusion realm. He was the last to be brought here. First Supreme Elder, this is probably Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's doing. It is like Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield. Shenden said. Shen Songsheng forced himself to calm down. He nodded. This is indeed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style. At the next moment, his gaze was like lightning. He looked at Miao Mingshen and the rest. He asked directly, how long have you been awake? We just woke up not long ago. Shen Qi replied. Shen Songsheng nodded. He looked at Miao Mingshen, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Zheng Luozi. Chapter 1903. What is this place? Tell me everything you know. Shen Songsheng said as he attacked Miao Mingshen again. But even though the killer move was activated, it vanished mysteriously. Shen Songsheng grunted as blood flowed out of his nose. He suffered from the backlash of the killer move. Supreme First Elder, please wait a moment. This place seems to prohibit fighting between each other. If you want to kill, be it killer moves or goo worms, they will fail. But healing yourself is not obstructed. Shenden said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shen Songsheng stared with wide eyes. Shen Tan felt wronged, thinking, wasn't it because you attacked too quickly? Of course, he could not say that. Shen Tan could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Miao Mingshen and the rest let out sighs of relief. They were also healing themselves. When they woke up, they saw the Shen clan Gu immortals around them. They attacked without thinking. They suffered a lot of backlash as well. Shen Tan and the rest were not much better off. However, at that time, Shen Songsheng had not woken up yet. Nobody knew if rank 8 Gu immortals would still be restricted. It seems that even rank 8 Gu immortals cannot defy Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Miao Mingshen let out a breath of air. Seeing that Shen Songsheng failed, he was completely at ease. At least they were safe for now. Shen Songsheng heard the hidden meaning as his eyes shined with bright light. It seems that this is the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen did not confirm or deny it. Gui 7th, who was beside him, stared at Tong Hua as he shouted, Tong Hua, you betrayed us. Tong Hua lowered her head and didn't say anything. She looked ashamed. She was standing with Ren Xiaoping now. She was the mole in Miao Mingshen's group. Earlier, when Shen Songsheng activated his killer move and avoided her, many people saw it. At that moment, her identity was exposed. Immortal Hua Dai had a cold expression. Fairy Tong Hua, my lord trusted you so much, he even helped you rebuild your immortal aperture after your tribulation. I've helped you a lot, right? This time, I even invited you to explore the blue dragon whale together, but you actually did something like this, biting the hand that fed you. Why did you betray us? Where is your conscience? Tong Hua wanted to say something but stopped. She looked away and did not look at Miao Mingshen and the rest. Instead, Miao Mingshen sighed and stopped Immortal Hua Dai from making things difficult. I'm afraid Fairy Tong Hua has her own difficulties. Never mind, everyone has their own ambitions. Tong Hua's gaze flickered fiercely. My lord, you are too kind. How can we tolerate such a person? Immortal Hua Dai stomped her foot. Ren Xiaoping laughed coldly. Inciting Tong Hua to defect was his masterpiece. Miao Mingshen, you better understand the current situation. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Tong Hua is a fine bird that chooses a good tree to nest in. If you surrender and hand over all the information, we might be able to spare you. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. This was supposed to be their fortuitous encounter, but it was robbed and threatened by these people. She immediately rolled her eyes and screamed, I'm so scared, quickly attack me, I'm trembling from fear. Shen Songsheng had a cold expression. Ren Xiaoping squinted, his laughter became even colder. Little girl, You have a sharp tongue. Do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods can protect you forever? Once we leave this place and return to Eastern Sea, which one of you will be Lord Shen Songxing's match? Even here, are Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements truly flawless and flawless? Immortal Hua Dai's expression froze. Miao Mingshen and the rest also had grim expressions, especially Zheng Luozi. He looked at Shen Songxing with a trace of fear. After all, he was killed by Shen Songxing in one move. It is not certain who will win or lose yet. Let's go. Miao Mingshen did not want to argue. He turned around and left the beach. This person can uncover the profundity of the blue dragon whale. He definitely knows more than us. Let's follow him. Shen Songxing quickly ordered. Since they could not make a move now, they would follow Miao Mingshen and the rest. That would not be wrong. The two groups of people walked forward in silence, one in front of the other. Soon, they walked out of the beach and arrived at a dense forest. The trees here are strange. There is a heart-shaped empty space in the middle of each leaf. Immortal Hua Dai said in confusion. This tree is just an ordinary tree. After Feng Jiang checked it, he stretched out his hand and touched the tree trunk. With a muffled bang, the entire tree that he was caressing collapsed and broke into piles of wood powder. What happened? The immortals sensed the commotion and quickly gathered. This is not an ordinary tree, it is a rank 7 immortal plant cloud ladder tree. Shen Songxing looked and said solemnly. They also came over. Seeing this rank 8 Gu immortals standing beside them, Miao Mingshen and the rest felt their hearts tighten, but they slowly relaxed. Geiqiyi smiled coldly, saying proudly, Old Shen, are you bullying us because we do not know? I know about cloud ladder trees. This tree has dense wood path and cloud path Dao marks. It grows 10 inches every 100 years. 10 inches is 1 step. How can this be a cloud ladder tree? Such a tall tree, if it is a cloud ladder tree, it has to have at least 100 steps. That means it is at least 10,000 years old. A 10,000-year-old cloud ladder tree? But Shen Songxing had a calm expression. This is a cloud ladder tree. You only know one thing, you do not know the other. Cloud ladder trees are rank 7 immortal materials, but 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees will grow rank 8 immortal material cloud ladder leaf hearts. Once the cloud ladder leaf hearts are all taken, the cloud ladder tree will turn into wood dregs and become an ordinary Gu material. Geiqiyi was stunned for a moment, then he sneered again and pointed to the front. Then according to what you said, this vast forest is filled with cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old? What a joke. Shen Songxing nodded. The cloud ladder tree is indeed rare, but this forest is not full of such rare trees. But at the very least, this one should be a cloud ladder tree. Shen Songxing was very certain, but Geiqiyi insisted on his opinion. He pointed at a nearby tree that was still intact. Then according to Master Shen Songxing, this tree, and that tree are all cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old. Ah, look, there are heart-shaped blanks on their leaves. So many cloud ladder trees, how many rank 8 immortal materials do they represent? Cloud ladder leaf hearts? Wasn't this so-called rank 8 immortal material a little too much? What is the difference between them and the cabbages in a farmer's field? The immortals' gazes gathered on Shen Songxing's face. Shen Songxing's expression had a subtle change. On this island, all sorts of investigative methods were not useful, but he was gradually able to sense the surroundings. He walked a few steps and patted the tree trunks. The cloud ladder trees that were touched by him crumbled into pieces. Shen Songxing sucked in a breath of cold air, saying to his subordinates, These are all cloud ladder trees, but all the cloud ladder leaf hearts on their leaves have been taken away. These are rank 8 immortal materials. They are very valuable. Quickly go and see if there are any left. Shen Clan's Gu immortals naturally trusted Shen Songxing. Even if Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were skeptical, they could only obey and disperse in order to save face. In the end, the cloud ladder trees were all destroyed. The immortals could not find a single cloud ladder leaf heart no matter how hard they tried. The entire forest was made of cloud ladder trees, but there were no living trees left. Even when Shen Songxing walked out of this dead forest, He could not help but be suspicious. Are these really cloud ladder trees? If they are, aren't there too many of them? The immortals walked out of the forest and saw a yellow land. Dust rose as the wind blew. Desolate land. This was everyone's first impression. There seems to be the aura of clear windgrass stems in the air. Shen Songxing sniffed as he squatted on the ground and swept away the dust. Small holes were revealed in the dust. Shen Songxing's expression changed slightly. This time, Zheng Luozi also recognized the peculiarity. He gasped, "This place was probably filled with clear windgrass stems in the past. I have smelled the fragrance of clear windgrass stems. This is the smell. The holes here are as big as fists. The walls are smooth and round. This is the effect of the roots of clear windgrass stems." Miao Mingshen was shocked. Clear windgrass stems are rank 7 immortal materials. According to what you said, this place is filled with holes. There used to be a patch of clear windgrass stems in the past? Even though it is unimaginable, don't forget, we are inside the blue dragon whale. This is the location of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Huadai's words were like a huge rock that smashed into the hearts of the immortals. Shen Songxing frowned deeply. He suddenly looked at Miao Mingshen and asked, "Why is there someone missing in your group?" Miao Mingshen was shocked. No wonder he felt something amiss earlier. Now that he was reminded, he realized, that's right, someone was missing. Chu Ying is not here. Feng Jiang said solemnly. Where did he go? Speaking of which, he died quite quickly. He should have been brought here long ago. Could it be that he woke up ahead of time and even gathered all the immortal materials here? The immortals were astute people. Because of the tense atmosphere earlier and the exploration of the island, they did not think about it. Once they started discussing, everyone became anxious. Shen Songxing did not care about following Miao Mingshen anymore. He started to move forward. Miao Mingshen hesitated for a moment before following. The immortals soon arrived at a huge pit. This pit was more than 10 li in circumference and hundreds of feet deep. There were some debris in the pit. Tututua picked up the debris and looked at it, shouting loudly, "Heavens! This is the rank 7 immortal material rooster iron. Which bastard dug it away and only left behind these debris?" Tututua stared with wide eyes as he shouted loudly. Rooster iron is definitely an open iron mine. The rooster sings and the world turns white. With such a large amount of rooster iron, when the wind blows, it will vibrate and eventually produce the rank 8 immortal material world white snow iron. Shen Songxing's voice was cold. We need to find that Chu Ying quickly. The immortals became anxious. The immortal materials in front of them were likely dug away by Chu Ying. They had to find him. Chapter 1904. The receiving island was not big. The immortals could not explore it and gain nothing. They quickly gathered at the center of the island. At the center of the island, they made a shocking discovery. There was a towering stele, its entire body seemingly made of gold, emitting a soft, crystalline glow. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Merit Obelisk. Words appeared on the surface of the Merit Obelisk, introducing this receiving island as well as the details of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. To obtain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, one had to accept the missions on the obelisk and obtain merit points after completing them. The more merit points they had, the more valuable the items they could exchange for. If they did not accept this condition, the Gu immortals could only stay on this island. They could not leave or go to other places in the Grotto Heaven world. Of course, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was merciful. He would not let these people come for nothing. The immortal materials on the island were specially prepared for them. They could split them among themselves. 300 days later, everyone would be transported out. The immortals gasped. There are really immortal materials on the island. Those cloud ladder leaf hearts, clear windgrass stalks, rooster iron and others are not fake. They were all taken away. Damn it, they really plundered everything thoroughly. They did not leave anything for us. I'm afraid it is that Chu Ying. Where is Chu Ying? Why is he nowhere to be seen? I found Chu Ying. Immortal Huadai suddenly shouted. The immortals quickly went to her side and went to the other side of the Merit Obelisk. Following the direction of Immortal Huadai's finger, they saw words appearing on the obelisk. Merit board, Chu Ying, 82 merit points. Other than Chu Ying, there was no one else. This lad. Ren Xiaoping gritted his teeth. Right at this time, Chu Ying's merit points jumped again, from 82 to 93. Next, the merit obelisk flashed. The immortals quickly took a few steps back. The light figure quickly dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan. Chu Ying. Feng Jiang shouted. You're finally willing to appear. Tu Tuo's eyes were completely red. He thought back to the enormous rooster iron pit. Oh, you're awake. Fang Yuan nodded at them, his expression calm. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Shen Tan was furious. Fang Yuan's indifferent attitude made the immortals furious. Shen Songsheng took a step forward with a cold expression and an oppressive, imposing aura. Speak, did you take away all the immortal materials on the island? Who else could it be other than me? Fang Yuan asked back. He was indifferent to Shen Songsheng's imposing manner. He then walked to the other side of the merit stele and browsed through the various missions on the stele. The immortals widened their eyes in anger. This kid eating alone, and still being so arrogant. Ren Xiaoping said eerily, We have seen the words on the obelisk. The immortal materials on this island were arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He left them for everyone. Chu Ying, isn't it too much for you to take everything by yourself? You need to give us an explanation. Fang Yuan did not even look at him. He placed his palm on the obelisk and accepted another mission. Swoosh. White light flashed as he vanished. The immortals were stunned. Shen Qi shouted in anger, This kid! Where did this kid come from? He does not care about us or Lord Shen Songsheng at all. Ren Xiaoping said with an ashen expression and a cold voice. After we go out, investigate his identity. Shen Songsheng was a rank 8 after all, the leader of Shen clan. He calmed down and imitated Fang Yuan, approaching the merit stele. The reason why Chu Ying is so fearless is because he is relying on the fact that I can't do anything to him in this paradise. Shen Songsheng thought to himself, Chu Ying is just a rank 7, he is a lone immortal, I will be able to deal with him sooner or later. The most important thing now is this merit stele. Fang Yuan's earlier actions had undoubtedly set a good example for the immortals present. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen's group came to the stele and were hesitant. They split the immortal materials and resources on the island before coming back to accept the mission. But in this life, Fang Yuan had woken up in advance. He had already made his move and ransacked the island. Only this merit stele appeared in front of the immortals. There were many missions on the merit stele. Help the mermen in South Sea City collect the golden lotuses in the Silver Lake. Round Fish Island was dry. They needed to build wells. 3 patterns try black herbs. Plague was spreading. They needed a lot of herbs. Shepherd Flute tribe encountered a fog. They needed to be guided out. Su Xia Mountain Spirit Spring had a problem. It needed to be dealt with. The Gu immortals were dazed as they watched. Like in the previous life, they encountered the same predicament. These missions only had names. They did not have detailed descriptions. The Gu immortals could not find out the actual content. For example, this mission, 3 patterns try black herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. What kind of force was 3 patterns tribe? Were there Gu immortals? Were they an ordinary force or a super force? Plague was spreading, what kind of plague was it? After all, there were many plagues that even rank 8 Gu immortals did not dare to touch. They needed a lot of herbs. What kind of herbs? Immortal materials? How could they obtain them? No one knew these. There was only one sentence on the merit stele. The immortals were completely at a loss. Does that Chu Ying know something? Someone muttered. The immortals were silent. Their hatred and suspicions towards Fang Yuan deepened. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for his kindness, this was an unfamiliar environment. Even the rank 8 Shen Songsheng was forbidden from killing. The Gu immortals had to be vigilant. Looking at the rewards on the merit stele. A large number of immortal materials and immortal Gu could be exchanged with merit points. Of course, there were also some strange and peculiar things. For example, some vague titles, or some mortal Gu. Shen Songsheng saw a rank 5 mortal Gu. It was called Kindness Gu. This was the first time he had seen such a goo worm. To exchange for 1 kindness goo, 50 merit points were needed. It was the most expensive mortal goo. But the merit stele did not describe the specific use of this goo worm. Shen Songxing did not know either. However, to be placed here by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there had to be something special about it. The immortals discussed for a while. It seemed that they could only gain true knowledge through practice. With Shen Songxing taking the lead, everyone walked up to the stele and accepted their missions. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin's group of 8 came to the merit stele. Only 10 missions appeared at once. But in this life, it seemed that because there were more people coming, the number of quests had increased correspondingly. There were many missions. They were all accepted. Because they did not know anything, there was no fighting over the missions. The mission that Shen Songxing accepted was, Round Fish Island has a drought, we need to build wells. Light flashed. At the next moment he was transported to a desert. Shen Songxing's pupils shrunk. He was a rank 8 goo immortal with dense Dao marks. He could not be transported using ordinary methods. But when he was teleported here, he couldn't stop it at all. A vast and ingenious power instantly brought him here. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Shen Songxing sighed inwardly. He looked around and used his investigative killer move to cover the surroundings. Shen Songxing immediately sensed something different. Oh, my investigative killer move can be used normally here. It is not like the receiving island earlier. Tens of li away from him, there was a small village in the desert. Shen Songxing stood on the spot. His ears moved as he heard the conversations of the villagers. A moment later, he confirmed that he was on Round Fish Island. This island was huge. There were many villages, but the vegetation had dwindled decades ago. It was getting sparser now. The desert had already engulfed the few villages. Mortals and goo masters lived in the villages. Their lives were getting harder. This means, I need to build wells near these villages? After finding out the situation, Shen Songxing let out a breath of air. He relaxed. This mission was much easier than he had expected. Because they were all mortal level, there were no goo immortals involved. Even if it involved immortals, he was a rank 8 sound path grade expert. He should be able to deal with most situations. Shen Songxing thought of Fang Yuan. He muttered to himself, that Chuing only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he accumulated 93 merit points so quickly. Using this, he should be able to complete those missions easily. After understanding the situation, Shen Songxing was not in a hurry to make a move. There were many things he needed to test. For example, if he ignored this mission, could he fly out of this place? Could he communicate with the outside world? How many methods did he have left to use? Shen Songxing did not interact with those mortals. He used sound path methods to dig wells around these villages. The desertification here was very severe. Shen Songxing had to dig for a long time before he found some shallow underground water. He surrounded this underground water and created deep wells. After thinking about it, he used his method to reinforce the walls of the wells. In the end, they even covered the wells with thatched pavilions. To think that I would have to do such manual labor one day. Shen Songxing smiled. He built over 30 wells in total. The mission was not difficult for a rank 8 goo immortal like him. During the process, Shen Songxing tried many things. He found out a lot of information about this paradise. For example, he could not leave the mission area. He could only move around this desolate Round Fish Island. Another example was the communication restriction, not to mention jewel yellow skies. He could not even send messages to his companions like Shen Tan and Shen Qi. Another example was that he could not kill ordinary villagers. All his offensive methods would fail and he would suffer backlash. But his immortal aperture could be opened. Shen Songxing could take things out of his immortal aperture, but he could not casually take the things on Round Fish Island into his immortal aperture. Shen Songxing also gathered information from these mortals. Some of them had entered and left Round Fish Island. They had gone out to sea. In the past, there had been fights in a few villages and lives had been lost. All in all, the natives of Dragon Whale Paradise had a lot of freedom, but the goo immortals who came to take missions were strictly restricted. Chapter 1905. After completing the mission, Shun Songsheng chanted, "Return," as he teleported back to the starting island. The merit obelisk was right beside him. He looked at the obelisk. On the merit ranking board, he saw his name, Shen Songsheng, 9 merit points. Shen Songsheng frowned slightly. Completing a mission only gave him 9 merit points? This was too little. It was out of Shen Songsheng's expectations. At this rate, doesn't that mean that Chu Ying had already taken 10 or so missions before I came? Thinking of this, Shen Songsheng frowned even more. He looked at the rewards and his heart turned cold. Those immortal goo and immortal materials that he wanted, any one of them was worth more than 10,000 merit points. Also, immortal goo are unique. If others exchange for them before me, I will not have a chance anymore. Right now, Chu Ying is so far ahead, I need to quicken my pace and catch up to him. As a rank 8, Shen Songsheng felt a sense of urgency. The others were even more so. First Elder. Shen Tan walked over and welcomed Shen Songsheng. Even though he had completed his mission earlier, he was not in a hurry to complete the second one. He chose to wait under the obelisk. In fact, before the first teleportation, the immortals had agreed to communicate with each other after completing the mission. Shen Songsheng, Shen Tan, Shen Qi, Shen Shao, Shen Naihe, Ren Xiuping, and Tong Hua were one group, while Miao Ming Shen, Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qiyi, Tu Tua, and Zheng Luo Zi were the second group. The two sides were clearly separated. It was obvious that Shen Songsheng's group was much more powerful. But in a special environment like Paradise Earth, they could not attack Miao Ming Shen's group. They could only watch as they united. There is always a way out. Everyone, this is a peerless opportunity. As long as we grab hold of it, we will have a higher chance of facing Shen Songsheng in the future. We need to work hard together. Only by being united can we have hope. Otherwise, if we fight alone, we will not survive. Miao Ming Shen encouraged the surrounding Gu immortals. Zheng Luo Zi, Tu Tua, and the others nodded in agreement. The pressure on them was far greater than that of Shen Songsheng, so they were even more anxious to complete the mission and improve their strength. Even if they were safe in the Dragon Whale Paradise, when they teleported out 300 days later, they would have to face Shen Songsheng. "Tell me, what did you discover?" Miao Ming Shen said. Everyone spoke of their results in full detail. They did not hide anything and even had their own guesses. Everyone's discovery was similar to Shen Songsheng's. Miao Ming Shen concluded, Paradise Earth's restriction on us can be seen as a kind of protection for us. At least for the time being, Shen Songsheng cannot harm us. After all of us complete the mission, the maximum amount of merit points we'll get is 9, no more than 10. It seems like the reward for each mission is between 1 to 10. But I have a feeling that this merit obelisk will undergo even more changes in the future. Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tua looked at each other. Zheng Luo Zi hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Miao, since you can sense the location of the blue dragon whale and bring us back, are you completely unfamiliar with this place?" Miao Ming Shen smiled bitterly. "Brother Zheng, Brother Tu, if I say that I can sense the location of the blue dragon whale for some reason, will you believe me? Several years ago, information about the blue dragon whale began to appear in my mind inexplicably, but at first, the information was very vague and fragmented. It was only recently that I pieced it together, allowing me to understand that the blue dragon whale was calling me. If I really knew about these arrangements and had a shortcut, would I not use them? Would I wait to be threatened by Shen Songsheng? When I was being chased outside, if I knew it was an illusion, I would have killed myself already. Both of you, this is the truth, I am not lying. Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tua looked at Miao Ming Shen's sincere expression and nodded. We believe you. Gui Qiyi suddenly said, speaking of which, I thought of something. Previously, when he was being chased in the sea, Chu Ying saw that he was about to be attacked by the sound blades, but he suddenly increased his speed and crashed into an immemorial thunder phoenix, then was struck to death by lightning. That's right, I saw it too. Feng Jiang agreed. Seeking death, it is really strange. It seems that Chu Ying really knows some inside information. Tu Tuo's eyes flashed. Previously, Fang Yuan did not know that dying in Shen Songsheng's hands would also lead him here. To be safe, he chose to die the way he did in his previous life. This way, there was a flaw. Just like how Shen Songsheng's sound blades avoided Tonghua, Miao Mingshen's group discovered Chu Ying's flaw. Shen Songsheng's group did the same. Miao Mingshen. At this time, Shen Tan walked at the front and approached Miao Mingshen's group. Behind Shen Tan were Shen Songsheng's group and Ren Xiaoping's group. Everyone, don't be nervous. Shen Tan smiled. We are not here to find trouble with you, we are here to seek cooperation. Cooperation? You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was chasing us earlier? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were indignant. Miao Mingshen stopped them and looked at Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng nodded slightly and said indifferently, that is exactly what I mean. Just now, it was indeed me who attacked and wanted to kill all of you. However, if all of you put yourselves in my shoes, would you have let me go if you were me? It is not that I do not want to kill you, but with the current situation, I can only cooperate with you. I guarantee with the Shen family's reputation that even if we leave this dragon whale paradise in the future, we will not harm you and will let you go. And everyone, you need to tell me everything you know in full detail. Shen family's reputation? Miao Mingshen pondered. The Gu immortals around him also had slightly moved expressions. Shen Songsheng was Shen family's first supreme elder. He was a righteous path person, his words carried enormous weight. Right now, he was using the entire Shen family's reputation as a guarantee. He was very trustworthy. Of course, the safest method was to sign an alliance agreement. Zheng Luozi and Shen Nai he were both rank 7 information path Gu immortals, but they could not use their alliance agreement method. It was restricted by this paradise. Think about it, this is your only chance. If you miss it, don't regret it after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise. Shen Tan smiled and threatened. Miao Mingshen and the rest were silent. The Merit Obelisk had already said that they would only stay here for 300 days. Once the time was up, they would be transported out. By then, they might have to face Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng's guarantee was not safe, he could go back on it. But this concerned their lives. Miao Mingshen and the rest would not let go of any possibility of survival. Miao Mingshen suddenly smiled, nodding. I accept. I will cooperate with you, I will tell you everything I know. Shen Songsheng also smiled. Good, a wise man submits to circumstances. I will let you live, speak. Miao Mingshen smiled bitterly. Actually, there is nothing much to say. He repeated what he had said to Tu Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi. Shen Tan was furious. You say you don't know anything? Who are you trying to fool? Or do you think our Shen family is easy to fool? Shen Songsheng, however, showed a pondering expression. He felt that Miao Mingshen's words were likely to be true. Lies could be made, but actions could not deceive others. On the way here, Miao Mingshen's actions were deeply imprinted in Shen Songsheng's mind. Looking at him, he did not seem to have any understanding of Dragon Whale Paradise. Gui Qiyi interrupted. We analyzed it earlier. We feel that Chu Ying is very suspicious. He might really know some inside information. The immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Ren Xiaoping smiled coldly. Is there a need to say that? That lad sought death earlier. He came here and woke up first, taking away all the immortal materials on the island. Look at the merit obelisk. His merit points are already close to 100. Ren Xiaoping's voice froze. Right at this time, white light flashed. Fang Yuan was transported back again. His mission was completed. The merit points on the obelisk truly broke through 100, rising to 102. The immortals gathered together, looking at Fang Yuan who was below the obelisk. We were just talking about you, and you appeared. Fang Yuan also glanced at the immortals. Oh, the atmosphere was quite good. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised but not surprised. Gu immortals were all geniuses that were 1 in a million. These Gu immortals had sharp minds. They knew that if they split up, there would be harm, but if they worked together, there would be benefits. As long as Shen Songsheng put down his arrogance, and Miao Mingshen and the rest were worried about their future, it was not strange for them to cooperate reluctantly. Shen Tan smiled. He walked over and approached Fang Yuan. Brother Chu Ying. He took the initiative to greet him. His attitude was much warmer than towards Miao Mingshen. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan's value was clearly much higher than Miao Mingshen's. However, before he could even open his mouth to offer his recruitment, scram, Fang Yuan took a glance at Shen Tan before turning around. Shen Tan's smile froze, his eyes started to twitch as his anger rose. He was about to shout when someone patted his shoulder. It was Shen Zongxing. Shen Tan immediately quieted down. He did not dare to act up on the spot. He suppressed his anger and stared at Fang Yuan. "Little brother." Shen Zongxing chuckled. "We can work together, scram." Fang Yuan said one word in a plain tone. He interrupted Shen Zongxing's words. Everyone went silent. Shen Zongxing's eyes opened wide. He was stunned by the scolding. How long had it been? No one had ever scolded him like this. He was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, an Eastern Sea rank 8 grade expert, who dared to scold him like this. Even if there were any grudges between them and existences like Song Qiyuan, they would still maintain their poise with each other. But Fang Yuan scolded him like this. It was plain, crisp and crisp. Miao Mingshen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan's back in shock. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal, Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder. Do you need to be so rash? If you don't give in now, what will you do when we teleport out 300 days later? At once, everyone did not know if they should admire Chu Ying's courage or laugh at his stupidity. After scolding him, Fang Yuan disappeared. He took another mission and teleported out. The remaining Gu immortals were still standing, looking at the empty merit obelisk in a daze. Shen Zongxing suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. This Chu Ying is quite courageous. This old man also hopes that after he goes out, he will also have this kind of courage. He was smiling, but his eyes were shining with anger. He was clearly filled with killing intent. Miao Mingshen, who is this Chu Ying? Where is he staying? Shen Tan turned around and asked. His attitude was so overbearing. Gui Qiyi and the rest were unhappy. They stared at him angrily. Miao Mingshen sighed deeply, shrugging. If I tell you that I do not know his origin, would you believe me? Shen Tan's lips twitched. He laughed dryly. His expression said it all. Who are you lying to? If you do not know Chu Ying's background, would you invite him to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Oh Chu Ying, I am about to die because of you. Miao Mingshen smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was not willing to give in. He pushed the blame to Ren Xiaoping. The reason why I trust Chu Ying is because of Ren Xiaoping. Brother Ren, tell us, is there a need to hide it now? Miao Mingshen's words made the immortals look at Ren Xiaoping with heated gazes. Ren Xiaoping's heart shook. He felt immense pressure. He had to tell them everything he knew. The immortals finally understood the whole story. Miao Mingshen explained, Actually, I have not interacted with Chu Ying for a long time. I only invited him to an auction. Back then Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tuo were there too. Shen Zongxing turned his questioning gaze to the two of them. Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tuo spoke one after another, saying everything they knew. Shen Zongxing frowned after listening to the whole round. Even though there was a lot of information, it was useless. What he knew was already known, what he did not know was still unknown. There was no way to find out. Chapter 1906. Light flashed. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared on a small island. I am here again. Fang Yuan smiled. The mission he took this time was to come to this island and collect earth trench black oil from the nearby sea. This was the first mission he took when exploring Dragon Whale Paradise in his previous life. He was very familiar with it. This life's Dragon Whale Paradise has many changes compared to the previous life. Not only did the Blue Dragon Whale's location change, the number of participating Gu Immortals has also increased, the mission content and number have also changed. I completed more than 10 missions before this black oil mission appeared. In his previous life, he had relied on this mission to save the mermaid girl Xiaolin, using her as a chess piece to go to Merman City to compete for the Saintess position. He then followed the clues and went to Regret Crying Sea to obtain Regret Gu. Once Regret Gu flew into his hands, The venerable method instantly activated and brought Fang Yuan back to the stone lotus island in the river of time. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to bypass the celestial court's obstruction and successfully inherit a red lotus true inheritance. But after rebirth, Fang Yuan made an even better plan. In the battle in the river of time, Fang Yuan destroyed the 6 immortal Gu houses of the celestial court. He destroyed the river suppression lotus ceiling formation and killed a large number of Gu immortals. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Jioga managed to escape. As the price, that stone lotus island was destroyed as well. Without the stone lotus island, the venerable method on regret Gu could not be used. This time, Fang Yuan intended to take down this dragon whale paradise. Getting regret Gu was only one of his goals. The entire island was exposed to Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. There were no secrets at all. The island was very ordinary. There were not many resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with a low-quality spirit spring. There were a few Gu masters among the villagers, but most were mortals. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the fishing village. He dived into the sea. In the sea, there was a group of weaving sea spiders hunting. Fang Yuan went around them and went deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he saw a group of seashell sharks patrolling nearby. Fang Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to attack for no reason. He concealed himself and went to the black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It was very threatening to Gu masters. Once they were stained by the black oil, some food path Dao marks would be engraved on the Gu master's body. This was often a fatal problem for Gu masters. On one hand, because different Dao marks repelled each other, the oil-harvesting Gu masters would fall sharply. There were simply too few food path oil-harvesting Gu masters. On the other hand, Gu masters had mortal bodies. As time passed, they would find it hard to endure the corrosion of the black oil. They were almost stationary, but if one looked closely, they would not be able to resist. But if one looked closely, one would find that they were moving slowly in the sea. Fang Yuan activated his method, and wherever he went, the black oil flowed like water, spreading everywhere. I remember it was here. Fang Yuan separated a lump of black oil but did not find the previous life's blue-scaled mermaid, Xia Lin. Maybe because of his rebirth, Xia Lin's situation changed. She was not trapped here. Perhaps with his rebirth, Xia Lin's fate had changed and she was not trapped here. After all, compared to my previous life, this is several days earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up. He used his method to scatter all the nearby black oil. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up immediately. He used his method to scatter all of the nearby black oil. The black oil contained many things, such as the bones of many sea beasts, oars, and so on. Her face was not similar to Xie Han Imo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Her face was not similar to Xie Han Imo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Xia Lin was saved. Her eyelids twitched. She barely opened her eyes. After receiving treatment, Xia Lin's eyelids twitched and she barely opened her eyes. When she woke up, she found that she was lying in a puddle. The sky was high and the sea was vast. It was a sunny day. The sky was high and the sea was wide. It was a sunny day. The leaves of several trees cast a thick shadow. It was like a parasol that covered her whole body. The breeze was like a lover's gentle hand. It made Xia Lin feel comfortable. Didn't I get devoured because I was collecting the black oil? Xia Lin's memory surfaced. Oh right, I seem to have been saved. I saw a blurry white figure at the bottom of the sea. Her body was still weak. Xia Lin barely got up. She looked around and did not see anyone. Who saved me? She was confused. She looked down and saw the puddle she was lying in. There was a puddle of clear water in the puddle. It was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Her blue-scaled fishtail shone brightly in the water. This must be benefactor's arrangement. Xia Lin thought. A warm feeling rose in her heart. This water was not seawater. It was the most suitable for a weak merman. You're awake. At this moment, the leaves were pushed aside and Fang Yuan walked in. Did you save me? Xia Lin stared with wide eyes, looking at the white-clothed Fang Yuan. She felt a trace of familiarity. You are lucky I found you coincidentally. Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Lin was extremely grateful. She was about to stand up and thank him, but Fang Yuan stopped her. You're still too weak now. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand. A green wind flew to the top of the tree and plucked a coconut-like fruit. The green wind carried the fruit and flew to Xia Lin. The green wind was like a pair of scissors. It opened the shell and revealed the red flesh that was as tender as a pomegranate. Xia Lin took a small piece and put it in her mouth. The flesh was tender and juicy. It rolled down her dry throat and into her stomach, giving off a warm feeling. It was extremely delicious. Xia Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She quickly took out a few more pieces and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them whole. So delicious. She could not help but exclaim. Then she saw Fang Yuan staring at her with a gentle gaze. Her face immediately blushed as she stammered, "May I ask for benefactor's name? Xia Lin will definitely repay you for saving my life." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "It was nothing, don't worry about it. Stay away from the black oil, it is very dangerous there. You met me coincidentally this time." Xia Lin's expression dimmed. She owed a huge debt for her grandfather's funeral. She had to take the risk to collect black oil to repay the debt. But to think that she could not collect the black oil, she almost lost her life. "But even if I survive, I will be corroded by the black oil. I won't be able to live for long. Sai, how can I repay my debt? How can I repay my benefactor?" Xia Lin had a kind nature. She could not help but feel troubled. At this time, Fang Yuan's gentle voice resounded in her ears. "Oh, right, you were once corroded by the black oil, but it is fine. I've treated all the injuries on your body. There aren't any sequelae." Xia Lin was shocked. She stared at Fang Yuan in a daze. This Gu master in front of her could actually heal the injuries caused by the black oil. This was truly incredible. Fang Yuan nodded at her. "Little girl, you are still young. Don't let your imagination run wild. You still have a long journey ahead of you in life. Eat some more. After you recover your strength, follow me. I'm here because I have something to do." Xia Lin was still in a daze. Fang Yuan smiled as he turned around and left. Xia Lin watched as he passed through the forest and disappeared. She only reacted after a long while. She continued to eat the fruit in her hand. The flesh of the fruit was delicious and juicy. A cool breeze brushed past her face. She felt warmth and tranquility in her heart as she stood in a pool of pure water. This isn't a dream, right? As she ate, her tears flowed down silently. She was only an ordinary, poor mermaid girl. In her past life, reality was cold and harsh to her. The only warmth came from her grandfather who took care of her. As her only relative, her grandfather was gone. Xia Lin had no one to rely on. Her heart was empty. Her only goal in life seemed to be to bury her grandfather in water. In the merman tradition, water burial was the final resting place of the merman. It would allow the dead to rest peacefully. But water burial was expensive. Xia Lin paid a huge price for it. The young girl ate as she cried silently. Fang Yuan stood outside the small forest, looking at the sea. He knew the situation inside like the back of his hand. But he did not go in. He gave the young girl enough time to adjust herself. In this life, he had a big plan in attacking Dragon Whale Paradise. Charlene's mission line was not the most important. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Regret Gu. He only needed to enter Regret Crying Sea. Back then, he had relied on Xia Lin to enter Regret Crying Sea. But other than this clue, there were many other clues that could be used as a substitute. In the previous life, Fang Yuan only wanted to obtain Regret Gu, but Miao Mingxin and the rest accepted the missions with all their might. They completed them and discovered many things. The atmosphere back then was much better than now. Miao Mingxin and the rest interacted with each other. They even left information path Mortal Gu under the Merit Obelisk, sharing their insights and experiences of their explorations. The insights and valuable experiences that they found became Fang Yuan's wealth. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the Merit Obelisk and the Blue Dragon Whale. Xia Lin's mission was actually created by Fang Yuan himself. There was luck involved. It took a long time. Actually, after some time, when mid-sized missions appeared, there would be a few that could be used to enter Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, when these missions appeared, Fang Yuan already had Xia Lin as his lead, along with Miao Mingxin and the rest's desire for these missions. Fang Yuan did not fight for them. But now that I have Xia Lin's mission, I can use her again. This pawn is very useful. As long as I replicate my previous life's success, I can indirectly control Merman's sacred city. Controlling this force is also a good thing. It will be of great help to my plans. Fang Yuan thought. Benefactor, sorry to keep you waiting. A moment later, Xia Lin floated out of the forest. She had recovered some stamina. She did not want to keep Fang Yuan waiting. A white cloud supported her lower body. It was 3 feet away from the ground, helping her move forward. No need to call me Benefactor. My name is Chu Ying. People call me Master Chu. Fang Yuan smiled. Master Chu. Xia Lin said. Chapter 1907. Fang Yuan brought Xia Lin to the fishing village and met the village head. The first time they met, he soul searched them right in front of them. The entire fishing village was dazed for a moment before recovering. They did not suspect anything. Fang Yuan collected this information and compared it to the previous life. He found that the fishing village had not changed much. Like in the previous life, he interacted with these mortals with the identity of a traveling Gu master. He first challenged the Gu masters in the village and easily defeated them, before teaching them how to refine water shell Gu and the recipe. The villagers were all grateful. Fang Yuan brought them to the bottom of the sea to practice this water shell Gu. He also taught them some healing methods to alleviate the corrosion of the black oil. To completely resolve the corrosion of the black oil, they needed at least rank 4 Gu worms. The Gu masters in the fishing village could not even reach rank 4. The things that Fang Yuan taught them were within their capabilities. During this process, Fang Yuan mainly taught Xia Lin. In the previous life, he only gave her water shell Gu, but in this life, Fang Yuan was determined to nurture her. Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to instill many methods into her mind. At the same time, he pointed out her mistakes in practice. Fang Yuan did not stay in the fishing village for long. When he left, everyone in the village knelt on the ground. Xia Lin wanted to follow Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped her. He told her with deep meaning, "Our fate has not ended, we will meet again in the future." Xia Lin was helpless. She could only watch as Fang Yuan disappeared in a flash of light with tears in her eyes. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk again. His merit points rose by another 10 points. The missions that appeared in the merit obelisk's initial stage were all small-scale missions. The reward was at least 1. The highest was 10. Fang Yuan collected oil and guided the villagers of the fishing village, teaching them how to fish. He completed the mission perfectly. At this time, Shen Songxing and the rest were already teleported out. They had completed their missions. There was only one person in front of the merit obelisk. It was Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin was looking at the floating words on the 4 sides of the merit stele. He seemed to be very patient. He faintly sensed that there was an extremely hidden and extremely weak mysterious connection between him and the virtue tablet. However, he had no idea how to seize this opportunity. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes when he saw this. The waters in the Dragon Whale Paradise were very deep. Fang Yuan did not know what method Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used to restrict Gu immortals. This kind of method left no trace. It was natural, as if it had always been like this, just like how there were men and women in men, and the sun and moon in the sky. Gu immortals could not attack each other. They could not attack the natives here. However, there were also detailed distinctions. For example, in Fang Yuan's previous mission, he searched the souls of mortals and transferred a lot of knowledge directly into Charlene's mind. Were they attacking the natives? Of course it was. However, Fang Yuan didn't have any ill intentions. He was just thinking about others. Therefore, he was not subjected to any restrictions or prohibitions. However, if he had any ill intentions, he would not be able to use these methods. He would even suffer the backlash of the killer move. For example, the black oil that Fang Yuan collected in this mission. The excess black oil was stored in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture by Fang Yuan. According to common sense, other than the immortal materials on the receiving island, the resources outside could not be taken by Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan did this to complete the mission. He wanted to reduce the black oil around the island and reduce the suppression of food path Dao marks, which would increase the production of other natural resources. This was beneficial to the environment of the island, so there were no restrictions. Not only did Fang Yuan complete the mission, he even obtained a portion of the black oil as extra income. This mission of collecting black oil was obviously more profitable than the other missions. There were many missions on the merit stele, but there were differences in their strengths. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen and the rest made many discoveries about this. All of them benefited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly walked towards the merit stele. The footsteps disrupted Miao Mingshen's thoughts. He turned around and his pupils shrunk as he thought, "It's Chu Ying." Fang Yuan smiled. "Brother Miao, your connection to the merit stele is too weak. This connection is mainly for you to find this place. It won't be of much help to you in the future. I advise you to focus on completing the mission and raise your merit points." Fang Yuan's polite attitude surprised Miao Mingshen. He had personally seen how Fang Yuan shouted, "Scram," at Shin Tan and Shin Songxing. He was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words. His heart shook. He actually knows that there is a connection between me and the merit stele. I have never revealed this secret to anyone else. How did he know? Is he the same kind of person as me? He can also sense the location of the blue dragon whale? Or is he unable to sense the location but has other methods? Miao Mingshen looked at Fang Yuan and felt that he could not see through him. He was full of questions. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask but wisely kept his mouth shut. Fang Yuan was already so domineering in front of Shin Songxing. Forcing him was useless. If he wants to tell me, he will definitely tell me. It will be a waste of effort if I ask him. Miao Mingshen sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan brushed past him and pointed at a line of words on the stele. He suddenly said, "You can accept this mission. It is quite suitable for you. Complete the mission and accumulate merit points. It is not just doing good deeds on the surface. Teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish. The effect will be better." Miao Mingshen's heart shook. His throat moved as he said two words, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Fang Yuan smiled. Giving Miao Mingshen some pointers was not done casually. On one hand, it was to divide these people for his own convenience. On the other hand, it was for East Sea. The secret of Miao Mingshen's body-sensing ability was something he announced after many fruitless attempts in the previous life. As for the truth behind it, the immortals already had a reliable guess. Miao Mingshen was famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. If he was forced into a corner by Shin Songxing, Qi Si ancestor could accept him, Wu Shuai could also accept him. Fang Yuan did not accept the mission. He went to the other side of the merit stele and exchanged for a title. In an instant, his merit points of over 100 fell to single digits, falling from first to last place. Miao Mingshen saw the change on the merit board and his eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with questions. Chu Ying spent 100 merit points. What did he exchange for? Fang Yuan accepted the mission and vanished again. Miao Mingshen immediately went to the other side of the merit stele and checked the exchange list. But how could he check it clearly? There were too many rewards worth 100 merit points, and there were also many rewards that were worth 100 in total. Miao Mingshen felt like a cat was clawing at his heart. He immediately realized that Fang Yuan's action had deep meaning. It was beneficial to him. Otherwise, he would not have lost his lead for no reason. Did Chu Ying express goodwill earlier to get me to help him conceal this matter? Miao Mingshen had another thought. But soon he shook his head. Fang Yuan's merit points could not be concealed. The other Gu immortals would soon discover this. White light flashed as Fang Yuan was transported to the bottom of the sea. The sea was extremely turbid, sand were moving around. A giant salamander was stirring up waves. This giant salamander's body was smooth without a single scale. Its head was huge and wide. Its body was thick and flat. Its limbs were short and thick. Its tentacles were like tiger claws. It had sharp claws and fangs. Its two cheeks had long tiger whiskers that shined brightly. This was a desolate beast tiger king salamander. the Tiger King salamander rampaged, creating huge waves that affected the peace of the land. Fang Yuan's mission was to suppress it. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to make a move, he investigated first. Soon, he frowned as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not find the reason for the Tiger King salamander's rampage. There were no abnormalities in its body or mind, but it was rampaging and destroying the surrounding environment. Not only that, it was mutilating itself, it had clearly gone mad. Trying to attack the Tiger King salamander, Fang Yuan found that this desolate beast's battle strength had already risen to ancient desolate beast level. This is the same situation as Miao Mingxin's group in the previous life. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, he only completed Xiaolin's clue, there were few missions and he did not encounter this. After trying it in this life, he found that even with his knowledge and experience, he could not see through this abnormality. The Tiger King salamander was actually very beneficial to the environment. It could absorb salt and purify the seawater, making the seawater clear and reducing the salinity greatly, producing extraordinary natural resources. A Tiger King salamander was often the core of a pure sea area. This kind of pure seawater could be drunk directly. If possible, Fang Yuan did not want to kill this Tiger King salamander. If he could pacify it and make it calm down, Fang Yuan would gain a lot of merit points. But it was clearly not possible now. Fang Yuan could only make a move and kill it. The Tiger King salamander's corpse was taken into his immortal aperture as extra income for the mission. Ren Xiaoping returned to the starting island again. A group of people had already gathered under the merit obelisk. Seeing his arrival, Shin Clan Gu immortal Xin Shao said to him, "Congratulations, Brother Ren, you are now at the top of the merit board." How can this be? Ren Xiaoping did not believe it at first, but after he saw it with his own eyes, he was pleasantly surprised. His name was really at first place, even Shen Songxing was at second place. Shen Songxing had also returned, standing in front of the obelisk with a solemn expression. Shen Zhao's eyes shined as he watched, he could not help but sigh. These are the missions that Gu immortals should accept. Those small-scale missions earlier were limited to mortals. Compared to these missions, they were simply too weak. Shen Shao copied Fang Yuan and placed his palm on the obelisk, but his expression turned into one of shock. Why can't I accept these missions? Of course not. In order to accept these missions, I did not hesitate to spend 100 merit points. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortals immediately pricked up their ears. In the end, Fang Yuan kept his mouth shut. Shen Shao was anxious, he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. "Brother Chu, please enlighten me." Fang Yuan looked at him, his brows slightly raised as he said with slight mockery, "Why should I tell you?" Shen Zhao's expression froze. "We made a deal." "That's right. You want to ask me how I obtained such a large amount of merit points. I have already completed the transaction. I will tell you the reason. It is because I accepted these missions. As for how to accept these missions, that is another problem." Fang Yuan said. The immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Songxing's expression turned grim. Shen Clan's Gu immortals started to look at Fang Yuan angrily. Shen Shao was stunned before laughing, but this time his laughter was mixed with anger. "Brother Chu, you really made a good deal. Just one question and you obtained an unrivaled rank 7 immortal material in the world." Fang Yuan nodded. Shen Clan's reputation is still the same. It is indeed unrivaled in the 5 regions. I made a profit from this transaction, but I did not intentionally deceive you, nor did I intentionally give you false information. I, Chu Ying, am not such a vile person. Fang Yuan still had a conscience and a bottom line, but this made the immortals here feel even more hatred. Shen Songxing's anger surged. He was a grand righteous path rank 8, but he was actually fooled by an unknown rank 7 lone immortal like Chu Ying. Where would his face go? "Once we leave Dragon Whale Paradise, I will definitely deal with you." Shen Songxing swore inwardly, but he laughed heartily. There was no trace of malice on his face as he clapped. "Good, Chu Ying, You are able to discern the situation clearly and earn the reputation of Shen clan. That is your own ability. Don't worry, how can the Grand Shen clan pursue such a small matter? Come, let's make another deal. Tell me, what did you exchange for to accept these missions? The immortals looked at Fang Yuan with envy in their eyes. It was too easy to earn immortal materials like this. But from Shen Songxing's perspective, he had a huge business. He could exchange 1 or 2 rank 7 immortal materials for such precious information. This was definitely not a loss. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. I do not intend to sell this. You can all give it a try. Shen Songxing stared with wide eyes. Chu-Ying, I hope you can consider it properly. Fang Yuan ignored him. White light flashed and he disappeared again. Shen Songxing's expression turned ashen. He could not find a way out. This Chu-Ying, don't let me catch you outside. Shen Songxing swore inwardly. This was the first time he had seen a rank 7 Gu immortal disregard him like this. Fang Yuan needed to maintain and expand his advantage on the merit board. This was beneficial to his overall plan. As for Shen Songxing's group, I don't believe they can unite. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not succeed in sowing dissension earlier because his method was superficial, but this time, he dug a trap. He did not need to worry that Shen Songxing would not jump in. From a certain perspective, Fang Yuan needed helpers. It was necessary to divide this group. He could complete mid-sized missions by himself, but above mid-sized missions, there were large-sized missions. These missions often required different Gu immortals to cooperate and complete them together. There were predecessors who came here to accept missions and earn merit points. Evidently, this formation that Fang Yuan saw was the work of a certain predecessor. No need to be anxious. Looking at the time, Wu Shuai's clone should have some gains soon. Fang Yuan continued to investigate and passed the information to the time path clone for deduction, while concealing his figure and quietly descending, following behind Xia Lin as he blended into the crowd. Xia Lin entered a gambling den. The stone gambling den had the words Golden Jade House written on it. It was a high-level gambling den for mortals. The hall of the gambling den had dozens of huge rocks on display, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all kinds of rock-dissecting Gu worms. They could satisfy the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. I am here to return the money. Xia Lin took out an information path mortal Gu. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid's sea burial required a high price. To bury her grandfather at sea, she had to borrow Yuan stone on credit. And to repay the debt, she had to take the risk to collect black oil. She almost died in the earth trench black oil. After meeting Fang Yuan, Xia Lin profited from the disaster. Not only was she saved, her strength also rose drastically. Like in the previous life, Xia Lin obtained gather oil Gu from Fang Yuan. Her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply. She soon obtained a large amount of Yuan stone from selling the oil. The one who received her was a scarred merman. After receiving this information path mortal Gu, he smiled sinisterly. Little girl, you must have seen wrongly. Our agreement was not this. Xia Lin was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The surrounding Gu masters were familiar with Golden Jade House's methods. Seeing this, they shook their heads. Sigh, another Gu master who was scammed. Xia Lin negotiated with the other party for a while before reacting. You shameless scoundrel, you actually tampered with the agreement. The loan we agreed on only had 10% interest. But now you secretly increased it by 60%. Her face was flushed red. She was very angry. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a ruthless gaze. You cannot say such things, little girl. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about their reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Will you be able to bear the losses caused here? Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop. The scarred merman's tone changed. He said eerily, Die? So naive. Sometimes, the feeling of living a life worse than death is more terrifying. Xia Lin's eyes shined with a sharp light. I will fight you to the death. She let out a delicate shout and suddenly attacked. Swoosh! With a loud sound, a torrent of water shot out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. An inexperienced girl actually attacked him, a rank 3, at the same time, in Golden Jade House, his territory. The scarred merman was caught off guard. He was sent flying by the torrent of water, crashing into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too huge. The goo masters who were quietly choosing rocks, dissecting them, and gambling on them came to the hall. A large number of gazes landed on Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? What happened? The scarred merman fell on a pile of rubble. He looked at Xia Lin with disbelief and extreme hatred. He wanted to stand up, but he could only raise his finger with difficulty. Then, with a thud, he stopped breathing. Dead, he died. Oh heavens, who is this little girl? She actually killed the merman in one go. The one who died was a rank 3 goo master. The entire place went into an uproar. The goo masters were shocked. Xia Lin was also surprised at this situation. She only had rank 2 cultivation level, but the goo worms and killer moves that Fang Yuan gave her were all of extreme quality. Xia Lin used these goo worms to form a rank 2 killer move to kill a rank 3 goo master in one hit. The merman girl was also stunned. She was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he transmitted to her. Master Chu. The merman girl heard this and her eyes shined. She was overjoyed. In this transaction, Xia Cha was willing to give up her title of First Supreme Elder and hand over her position to Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder could rightfully ascend to the highest position of authority in Xia Clan. The price he had to pay was a sum of cultivation resources. But Xia Clan's Second Supreme Elder did not accept it. He rejected it politely. Evidently, he had already reached an agreement with Third Supreme Elder. They were prepared to make Xia Cha a mere figurehead and let her continue to be the First Supreme Elder. Xia Clan's situation was different from Ba Clan. Ba Clan's Ba Ba had the same experience as Xia Cha. He had already stepped down from his position as First Supreme Elder. The newly advanced rank 8 Gu Immortal Bada took over. Meanwhile, Xia Clan's Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, these 2 Supreme Elders, only had rank 7 cultivation level, and they cultivated Earth Path. Many years ago, when Xia Cha first gained authority, she was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal yet. To control Xia Clan, she nurtured Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, using them to resist Xia Clan's old forces. Right now, Xia Cha's cultivation level had fallen to rank 5, while Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan had high authority. They had different thoughts. But in the righteous path, they did not dare to touch Xia Cha, who they were indebted to. They would rather place the title of the First Supreme Elder on Xia Cha than let their own reputation be tarnished. Xia Cha knew that her influence in Xia Clan had fallen to a dangerous level, and it was falling faster and faster. She had to become an immortal as soon as possible, otherwise, she would be completely ostracized by Xia Clan's higher-ups. However, she could not break free from this predicament, because she did not have the capital to negotiate or make transactions. Xia Cha's situation was not an exception, it was the norm. The direction of Southern Border's righteous path had changed. The person who played the most important role here was Wu Clan's Wu Yong. He used the Celestial Court while using his own methods to raise his reputation and influence in Southern Border's righteous path. The fall of veteran rank 8s like Xia Cha and Ba Ba gave him a rare opportunity. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared, the virtue paradise behind him did not just consist of humans, it also included a large number of mushroom men. This was a natural political shortcoming in Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong made full use of it. Lu Wei-yin could not obstruct Wu Yong. Wu Yong's influence in the Southern Alliance was growing day by day. There was already a voice in the Southern Alliance that was getting louder and louder. Wu Yong was the main advocate. He advocated for the Southern Alliance to resist Fang Yuan and not accept his extortion. Compromising with a demon like Fang Yuan would only fuel his arrogance. Southern Border's righteous path forces had almost all taken back their hostages. They were also hurt by Fang Yuan's extortion. Southern Border's Gu Immortals responded to Wu Yong's call with a more active attitude. Wu Yong was making use of the righteous path Gu Immortals' hatred towards Fang Yuan. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body and Qi Chu Yu moved side by side. A secret transaction regarding dream realms had just ended. Lord Qi, let's stop here. Fang Yuan's dream path clone smiled. He was a temporary clone created from a dream realm. He had Gu immortal cultivation level and would self-detonate into a lump of dream realms after the time limit was reached. Qi Chu Yu cupped his fists and sighed. Fang Yuan, I am not trying to make things difficult, but the risk of this transaction has increased. The situation is so tense now. Once this matter is exposed, our Qi clan's reputation will be ruined. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone snorted coldly in his heart. Qi Chu Yu raised the price. He was no longer satisfied with the previous price. The reason was that Southern Border's righteous path was putting more and more effort into dealing with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong was uniting more and more Southern Border righteous path members. This reason was bullshit. The true reason was that Qi Chu Yu was using this opportunity to increase his appetite. He wanted to obtain more dream path research results. Fang Yuan wanted the dream realms, but extorting Southern Border's righteous path was getting harder. Qi Clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction had become the main channel. Qi Clan controlled the dream realm formation. They were the only clan in Southern Border. Fang Yuan could only steal a portion of the dream realms by cooperating with Qi Clan. I will explain this to my main body. The dream path clone said this before flying away. Qi Chu Yu stayed on the spot, watching as Fang Yuan's dream path clone vanished into the horizon. His expression turned cold as he snorted and left. He had thought of attacking the dream path clone, but he did not have dream path methods to deal with dream path Gu immortals. Furthermore, he was wary that Fang Yuan's main body might be lying in ambush nearby. Fang Yuan's main body was far away in Eastern Sea, but for this transaction, Wu Shuai was already nearby with Dragon Palace. If Qi Chu Yu attacked, he would not be able to gain anything. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone quickly returned to Dragon Palace. This was a temporary clone with immortal level cultivation level, but after the time limit was up, it would break apart and turn into a lump of dream realms. Qi Clan's old man's transaction is over, unless we raise the price. The Dream Path clone said coldly. He opened his immortal aperture and let out several Dream Path clones. This batch of dream realms is probably the last batch we can get. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan and Qi Chu Yu did not have any alliance agreement between them. Qi Chu Yu raised the price at the last minute. He even used Southern Border's situation. A great enemy lies ahead. Once we get past this hurdle, the Qi clan is nothing, Wu Shuai said. Right now, he could not attack casually. If he attacked too many times, the Celestial Court might notice the true relationship between Wu Shuai's clone and Fang Yuan's main body. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke had to be left for the Celestial Court. Using it on Qi Chu Yu was like using a sledgehammer on a chicken. Rather than dealing with Qi Clan, it was more efficient to attack the formation. In fact, if Fang Yuan's main body stayed in Eastern Sea, with just Wu Shuai's strength, they could deal with Qi Clan. But exposing these trump cards in advance, the Celestial Court would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Moreover, if Southern Border preserved its strength, it would cause more trouble for the Celestial Court in the future. Directly killing the enemy, even though it was efficient, could not gain the greatest benefits. For example, after Fang Yuan released Xia Cha, Ba Shirba, and the rest, these people were already being ostracized and neglected by their clans. Fang Yuan would secretly help them in the future. Their current situation could be said to be single-handedly caused by Fang Yuan. But without Fang Yuan, they could not rely on others. And Fang Yuan needed these people to be his eyes and ears, to be placed among Southern Border's righteous path forces, so that he could maintain a certain amount of influence in Southern Border. But currently, Fang Yuan lacked some methods to restrain them. Regarding this, the Time Path clone was already deducing it day and night. Boom boom boom. With a series of dull sounds, the temporary pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated. turning into lumps of dream realms that merged into one. These were all Earth Path dream realms. Chapter 1911. The world was dark and gloomy, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled. Scarlet lightning flashed within the rumbling dark clouds. The dark clouds created a whirlpool. From the center of the whirlpool, lightning balls fell. These lightning balls had a strange shape. They were like porcelain. They were as large as water tanks and shined with red light. Grand Tribulation. Red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. The lightning balls landed and exploded with a crisp sound. On the ground, an immortal goo house was silently enduring the damage from the lightning balls. Large amounts of debris flew in the air, turning back into countless goo worm corpses. Inside the immortal goo house, Wu Shuai endured the rumbling thunder as he inspected himself. He found that he was now an Earth Path Rank 8 goo immortal. His fingers were wide and his body was muscular. His battle robe was covered in injuries. Not far away from him, a female immortal was lying on the ground. Her face was pale. Her aura was not only weak but also strange. She was activating a certain light path healing killer move. Her body was covered in a layer of holy white light. But on her face, exposed arms, legs, and feet, there were lines of dark Dao marks that looked like ink lines. These dark path Dao marks were so dense, they were at the level of rank 9 immortal materials. They formed a halo of Dao marks that goo immortals could see with their naked eyes. The female immortal's cultivation level was clearly rank 8. A rank 8 light path goo immortal actually had such a large number of dark path Dao marks. Wu Shuai was truly surprised. Even more strangely, the dark path Dao marks on the female immortal were still changing. Not only were their numbers increasing, their positions and arrangement were also changing rapidly. The female immortal grunted. The killer move's activation had ended. The halo on her body stabilized. The dark path Dao marks changes were also temporarily suppressed. The female immortal was covered in sweat. She opened her weak eyes and looked at Wu Shuai, smiling bitterly. I am beyond saving. This is my strongest healing method, but it can only temporarily suppress my injuries. When the killer move's time limit is up, my injuries will erupt with terrifying power. Oh Xingyang, my true love, I cannot stay by your side anymore. You need to live on. The female immortal said as tears flowed down her face. No, there must be a way, there must be. Don't give up hope. This peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress of mine used up all of my immortal goo. Its defensive power is #1 since ancient times. We still have time. You have to continue working hard. I will always be by your side. Wu Shuai roared with tears in his eyes. Of course, this was the natural evolution of the dream and was not controlled by him. However, after this conversation, Wu Shuai truly gained control. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress? I've never heard of it before. Wu Shuai's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the short conversation that he had just heard, searching for clues. He inspected his immortal aperture. There was a lot of white lychee immortal essence in the immortal aperture, as well as a large number of mortal goo, but no immortal goo. Like Zheng Yang said earlier, he used all of his immortal goo to construct this rank 8 immortal goo house peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. That is to say, I am mainly relying on this damaged immortal goo house? Wu Shuai immediately understood. He tried to control this immortal goo house. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress had a complex structure. It used up to 100 million goo worms, among which there were more than 20 immortal goo. Wu Shuai had just started to interact with it, but he could not tell which one was the core immortal goo. These immortal goo were placed in an ingenious position and had a mysterious relationship. The entire immortal goo house's design was deep and profound. It was like a grand mountain range that stretched for 10,000 li, connecting heaven and earth. There were layers of or veins in the mountain range. There were all kinds of them intertwined with each other. Wu Shuai was like a mortal goo master who wanted to mine in this mountain range. He had to dig out the minerals he wanted and understand the relationship between these or veins. Just understanding this immortal goo house is too difficult. And I need to rely on this immortal goo house to resist the red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He knew that he was going to fail. As expected, the development of the dream realm went as he expected. The red porcelain lightning ball continued to explode. Wu Shuai tried to activate the immortal goo house and repair it. But it was no use. He had too little understanding of this immortal goo house. Even if he wanted to repair it, he did not know where to start. Eventually, the red porcelain lightning ball destroyed the immortal goo house. Along with Wu Shuai and the female immortal, they became victims of the lightning tribulation. After leaving the dream realm, Wu Shuai immediately healed himself. This time, Feng Yuan's main body explored Dragon Whale Paradise. He had made ample preparations and arrangements before he left. Not only did he give Wu Shuai the Dream Path Goo worms, he also gave a large number of Guts Goo. With Guts Goo, Wu Shuai's injuries were no longer a problem. This dream realm exploration was different from the Dragon Palace dream realm. Wu Shuai had many chances to redo it. The second failure, the third failure, the fourth failure, the fifth failure. After 8 attempts, Wu Shuai finally had a clear understanding of this peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Even though he did not completely repair this immortal goo house, Wu Shuai's efficiency was already comparable to the red porcelain lightning ball's bombardment. Black clouds rumbled in the sky. The red porcelain lightning balls became sparser and sparser until they completely stopped. But within the black clouds, a second grand tribulation was brewing. The female immortal sighed, "Sigh, it is all my fault for not listening to your advice. I went to search for reckless savage demon Venerable's burial ground, causing this curse to happen continuously." Serves me right. Zheng Yang, leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you. The light on the female immortal's body had clearly dimmed. And those dark path Dao marks were closely arranged. They were like pieces of black thread sewing wounds, covering the female immortal's skin and face. Compared to before, the female immortal's aura had weakened greatly. Her aura was even stranger. Not only were light and dark paths intertwined, an Adam's apple was growing on her neck. Before Wu Shuai could analyze the female immortal's situation, light rain started to fall from the sky. Finally, when he finished repairing this immortal formation, the huge waves on the sea gradually calmed down. But Feng Yuan did not stop. Then, he added a small and exquisite subsidiary immortal array on top of the foundation of this great array. After the small formation was set up, he waved his hand and lent the small formation to Xia Lin. Thus, a white light descended from the sky and enveloped Xia Lin. Next, the white light fused into Xia Lin's body. Xia Lin did not have formation path attainment, but this small formation that Feng Yuan designed was very approachable. Xia Lin immediately felt that she had gained many instincts. This instinct was as natural as breathing or moving her legs. She could move the land and the surrounding seawater with her thoughts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a muffled sound, the entire golden jade house started to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. Soon, it turned from a small house into a beautiful palace. This was naturally Feng Yuan's doing. He expanded Golden Jade House and turned it into a formation core, secretly connecting with the formation in the depths of the sea. This series of shocking changes made all the Gu Masters present dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Xia Lin had a smile on her face, but in truth, she was also extremely shocked. Feng Yuan's words entered her ears again. She spoke according to the script. "Everyone, you have seen it with your own eyes. I will not hide it from you. I was favored by Master Immortal and was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple. Master Immortal has just set up an immortal formation and ordered me to guard this place. I will be in charge of the mortal affairs." Saying so, Xia Lin willed. Yellow light surged and engulfed all the Gu Masters present. Xia Lin willed again. The Gu Masters cried out in shock. They were suppressed by the yellow light and could not move. They were lifted into the air without any ability to retaliate. Xia Lin smiled. The yellow light dissipated and these Gu Masters were put down. This. Immortal world. This is an immortal world. So there really are immortals in this world. May I be so bold to ask Lady Xiaolin, why did Master Immortal set up an immortal formation here? I wonder what his thoughts are? Xiaolin only smiled. She had also just found out that Master Chu was an immortal. The shock in her heart was no less than the others. Now, does anyone have anything to say about my previous suggestion? Xiaolin looked around and asked warmly. How could the Gu masters dare to question her again? They lowered their heads and some even knelt on the ground, expressing that they wanted to submit to Xiaolin, while some wanted to become Fang Yuan's disciple. Xiaolin could only appease them one by one. Fang Yuan's divine sense only circled around Xiaolin once. After giving some instructions, he left her alone. Feng Jiang then told the secret of the good person title to Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen had a thought. The good person title can take on medium-ranked missions, the good person can take on large-ranked missions. This is the same, knowing the good person title, the secret of the good person title is actually not a secret, you can easily associate it. But even so, Miao Mingshen was still very grateful to Fang Yuan. Because before this, Fang Yuan took the initiative to remind him about the good person title. But Shen family, Ren Xiuping, and the rest hid it from them. The order of the merit board was very important. Many rewards were unique, first come, first served. Brother Miao does not need to be afraid of Shen Zongxing. I am confident that when I teleport out, I can stay far away from Shen Zongxing and the rest. The distance is enough for us to leave safely. Fang Yuan lied, but Miao Mingshen and the rest were shocked. Gu Qiyi frowned. Is it a type of reward from the merit obelisk? Fang Yuan nodded. He did not know about it. Miao Mingshen and the rest believed him. Look at Chu Ying's attitude toward Shen Zongxing. He was courting death. He was so fearless, he definitely had something to rely on. Fang Yuan added, I can take on large-ranked missions. This is not something I can do alone, I need your help. Saying so, he took the large-ranked mission on the obelisk and shared it with Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen and the rest were shaken, they received the mission information at the same time, their expressions changed. There was such a thing. In fact, this secret was discovered by Miao Mingshen himself in the previous life. The good person title allowed him to share missions with others. For Gu Immortals, a medium-ranked mission was very difficult. If they had help, it would be easier. Even though the merit points were less, the efficiency of completing missions increased. In the long run, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Miao Mingshen could choose to accept it or not. Fang Yuan could share missions, but he could not force others to accept them. Miao Mingshen only thought about it for a while before accepting this mission. He had just completed a medium-ranked mission. He felt the same as Feng Jiang. Fang Yuan cultivated all paths, that was why he could do it so easily. Meanwhile, Miao Mingshen and the rest were normal Gu Immortals. They only cultivated one path most of the time, only some missions were suitable for them. Fang Yuan entered Whitebone Island. Under Immortal Hua Dai's gaze, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and casually scattered them. He is actually setting up a formation. Immortal Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan setting up a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan's method of setting up the formation was extremely skilled. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Immortal Hua Dai felt a deep sense of joy when she saw it. Soon, Fang Yuan's subformation was set up. Immortal Hua Dai's mouth opened wide in shock. She could not close it. Chu Ying can actually use immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean that he has the attainments of a grandmaster in the Tao of formations? So he is not a transformation path Gu Immortal, he is a formation path Gu Immortal. No, that's not right. Back then, he defeated Gwen and saved us. He clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me he cultivates two paths? It was rare for Gu immortals to cultivate two paths, but it was not unheard of. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths and have such deep attainment, that was very rare. White Bone Island subformation was set up. Fang Yuan activated this subformation and connected it with the main formation on Hidden Space Path. Under the effect of the immortal formation, White Bone Island shook intensely before fixing itself on the surface of the sea, showing no signs of drifting. Immortal Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intention, so he is using Hidden Space Island as the foundation to guide the other islands and fix them in place. Wonderful! The Hidden Sky Island is the perfect base for us, because the impact currents cannot do anything to this island. Immortal Hua Dai immediately thought of the weakness of this method, but the other islands are being guided by Hidden Space Island. This is the effect of the formation, but these islands are still affected by the impact currents. The Gu formations on the islands are constantly damaged. As time passes and the Gu formations are destroyed, these islands will still drift with the currents. Fang Yuan had no intention of explaining to Immortal Hua Dai. Next, he landed on the remaining 3 islands and set up a formation, fixing them in place temporarily. Miao Mingshen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment shocked them. An array formation grandmaster was a rare sight. And the transformation path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed earlier was also extraordinary. With such strength, Fang Yuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of the immortals. However, fixing 5 islands for now is just a good start. The true problem is the impact currents on the islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with these currents? Miao Mingshen and the rest discussed. In Dragon Whale Paradise, they could not transmit directly, but they could use information path mortal Gu like carrier pigeon Gu. The impact currents rampaging in this sea area were too huge. The only thing Miao Mingshen and the rest could think of was to use immortal methods to bombard the impact currents, causing them to break apart bit by bit. This method was very stupid, and it consumed a lot of time, celestial core power, and so on. There was also a big drawback, which was that the impact current would cause serious damage to the surrounding sea. But other than that, Miao Mingshen and the rest had no good ideas. Boom! At this time, Fang Yuan floated in the sky, activating the Gu formation. The 5 islands shot out pillars of light that shot into the sky. The Gu formation's power surged, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Mingshen and the rest's expressions changed. They were shocked. These 5 islands had dense Dao marks. They could be seen as huge immortal materials. Fang Yuan's immortal formation naturally included them in the scope that he could use. I am going to start drawing in the impact currents. Everyone, please guard the islands. During this period, if there are any sea beasts or huge waves, you will need to take action. Fang Yuan shouted, his voice spreading throughout the sea area. Miao Mingshen and the rest quickly responded, expressing that they would do their best. The formation buzzed. The 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into pure white light snow that filled the sky. The light snow soaked into the seawater, dyeing the seawater around the islands with white light phantoms. It was beautiful. In this white light phantom, the impact currents were like blue whales that were attracted by fish and prawns. They slowly moved their bodies and swam faster and faster, crashing towards Jade Island at the front. Miao Mingshen, who was on Jade Island, gritted his teeth. He was under huge pressure. He became nervous. He was on full alert. If the immortal formation's protection was not enough, the impact of such a current could completely shatter Jade Island. Boom! The impact currents collided with the formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A huge wave, as tall as 100 feet, crashed towards Jade Island. Miao Mingshen immediately flew up and shouted, activating a killer move to resist. The impact currents were hit by this collision, slowly changing direction, turning to the left of Jade Island. But before it could go far, it was pulled back by the immortal formation of the second White Bone Island. The one guarding the White Bone Island was Immortal Hua Dai. She saw the current coming towards her and almost couldn't help but moan. In the discussion of Miao Mingshen and the others, the impact currents had to be repelled and weakened. The best result was to completely break them up. But Fang Yuan's move was to lure the impact currents to hit the island. This was exactly the situation that Miao Mingshen and the others wanted to avoid. Isn't Chu Ying a little too crazy? Immortal Hua Dai soon had no time to think. After the impact currents hit the White Bone Island, the entire formation made a terrifying creaking sound, and then set off huge waves. There were also many sea beasts in the waves. Immortal Hua Dai used all her strength to resist. Just like this, under Fang Yuan's continuous guidance, the impact currents hit the 5 islands one after another. Each time they hit, the power of the current would decrease by a layer, then it would go around the island and be led to the next place. After the impact current crashed into the last island, its power and momentum were less than half of what it was before. At this time, Fang Yuan activated the formation again, making the impact currents go around the island, turning around and crashing towards the second last island. Thus, the Gu immortals guarding the islands felt their hearts jump again. Chapter 1916. The sky was gloomy, the wind was evil, and the waves were surging. This was the regret-crying sea region, and Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest had already entered this place for a long time. I regret it. I shouldn't have killed so many people. I regret it. I shouldn't have run away to seek power. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial duties. I repent. I deceived everyone, I hid the immortal Gu, I let my most trusted friend take the blame and obtain the benefits myself. The cries were like an immortal killer move, entering the immortals' ears and disturbing their emotions. This was already the center of the regret-crying sea region. Miao Mingshen and the rest stayed in the sky and waited patiently as they looked at Fang Yuan, who was deep in thought. Even if they did not have much array formation foundation, they could still detect the majestic array at the bottom of the sea. This was obviously the work of the giant sun immortal. It made Miao Mingshen and the rest feel small just by looking at it. It was the same for Fang Yuan in his previous life. He had once lamented that this array was as vast as the starry sky. If he wanted to comprehend all the mysteries of this array, he would need at least 10 years. But now, that time had been greatly reduced. I'll need around 8 years to fully comprehend it, and I'll be able to understand this array like the back of my hand. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for this improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Earth Dao was not at the Grandmaster level, and this array was a Super Earth Dao Immortal array. There is no movement from Regret Gu. Fang Yuan stared at a place at the center of the seabed. This was not a good situation, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. In order to stay in the Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method had no destination. How could it be activated? According to the historical memories Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Gu. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had the Red Lotus Will and the Red Lotus methods, how could they compare to a living Venerable one? Red Lotus Will compromised, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable successfully borrowed Regret Gu and even wanted to snatch the inheritor from Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This successor was none other than Fang Yuan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had chosen the Stone Lotus Island, but in this life, he had taken everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance and rushed to the Dragon Whale Paradise. He wanted to inherit the Paradise's true legacy. In my previous life, Regret Gu mutated and flew out to take me away. It hasn't made any movements in this life. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Venerables had great methods. Fang Yuan was sent to the Stone Lotus Island by Regret Gu in the previous life. He had no way to resist. Regret Gu did not activate. Fang Yuan was happy to see this situation. After carefully comprehending it for a few hours, Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. He thought for a while before saying to Miao Ming Shen and the rest, "To get rid of the demon immortals here, we need to borrow the formation." However, even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation was powerful, it could only suppress and seal. It had no offensive power. My idea is to set up a supplementary array outside, then activate the supplementary array to infiltrate the interior of the array and kill the fiend immortal. Miao Ming Shen and the rest nodded in agreement towards this idea. It would be extremely dangerous to break the formation and release the fiend immortal. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Inside the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Rain Formation. At once, a drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The power of refinement path started to activate as Gu worms were refined by Fang Yuan. Shen Songsheng and the rest did not feel that this rain was very powerful at first, but after a while, their eyes widened. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outermost layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It can even break the underwater formation. It seems to be a refinement path killer move? Someone was unsure. Such a powerful refinement path killer move. Does Chu Ying cultivate refinement path as well? Someone felt that this was unimaginable. This should be the effect of his supplementary formation. The Gu immortals thought about it for a long time, but still subconsciously chose to believe that this was the effect of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chu Ying had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, he could actually refine Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation. Wouldn't he be cultivating 3 paths at the same time? Ren Xiaoping, Miao Ming Shen, and these elite Gu immortals who cultivated one path would not be able to accept this. Even though it was just the effect of the supplementary formation, these Gu immortals were deeply shaken. Shen Songsheng's pupils shrunk. Compared to the power of the supplementary formation, he was more shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. He could already see it. The auxiliary formations that he and the others controlled were like iron rods, while the underwater formation was like a tightly stitched wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation seeped into the underwater formation, like iron rods moving wooden boards. And the supplementary formation that Fang Yuan was controlling was the core power. It could penetrate through the cracks of the wooden boards and make them his. This level of attainment in the Tao of arrays, and this level of ambition, he wants to take the entire array for himself. Chu Ying. Shen Songsheng had a solemn expression. He inwardly engraved this name in his mind. This was not the first time that Fang Yuan had used Refinement Rain Killer move. This move used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Water Refinement, creating this move. Next, he returned to Southern Border and used this killer move to refine Chi Chuyu's formation, capturing many Gu immortals inside. This time, Fang Yuan used it again. It was also rank 7 aura. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen Songsheng could not see the true essence of rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was extraordinary. The underwater formation was gradually refined by Fang Yuan. The more he refined, the deeper his control over the formation became. With the assistance of the many auxiliary formations outside the formation, everything went smoothly for a time, and he progressed rather quickly. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, Refinement Rain's effect fell drastically. The progress started to slow down. Refinement Rain is only a killer move. Its true effect depends on my understanding of the underwater formation. Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He had ample patience. He decided to spend some time here. For Regret Goo and the other immortal goo in the formation, this investment was worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other goo immortals. While dismantling the formation, his throat moved. He wanted to speak several times, but he could only swallow his saliva. He wanted to snatch them, but his remaining rationality told him that attacking was the stupidest thing to do. Even a rank 8 like Shin Tsongshung could not do anything, not to mention him. Eventually, Tua could only sigh. He swallowed all sorts of emotions like envy, jealousy, hatred, regret, pity, and so on. His mind worked rapidly. He wanted to obtain these immortal goo. He knew that he was not indispensable. He had to cooperate closely with Chu Ying and display his value. If he could form a good relationship with Chu Ying, he would be able to transact immortal goo with Chu Ying in the future. The only thing that made him happy was that Chu Ying cultivated transformation path and formation path. He did not cultivate earth path. Thus, Chu Ying had a high desire to sell the immortal goo. The pitiful Tua did not know that Fang Yuan's earth path attainment level was already at Grandmaster. It was even higher than his. Fang Yuan dismantled the formation. The first thing he received was the congratulations of the immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Ying, you have truly made a huge profit this time. Even though you paid all sorts of immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal goo. This is truly a huge profit. I won't hide it from you. My saliva is about to drip down. Fellow immortal, your methods are truly outstanding. I can only admire you. Chu Ying, I am Tua. I am very interested in the earth path immortal goo that you have. If you want to sell them in the future, please inform me. I hope that you can trust my sincerity. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one. His mood was very calm. He had too many immortal goo. If he said it out loud, everyone would be shocked to death. The batch of immortal goo that he obtained now was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Celestial Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled the 6 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. Even though many immortal goo were destroyed in the battle, there were still many immortal goo left. For example, the core immortal goo of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, Goo Suppression and Bone Lock, the 2 time path cores of Moment Stages 1 instant and that time, the immortal goo of Eternal Yachts Immortal Goo Heng, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platforms Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, the immortal goo of Sun and Moon Temples Immortal Goo Day and Moonchild. Most of these immortal goo were rank 7, there were even some rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever's immortal goo, even though they were all destroyed, its construction method was very special. It was a combination of fierce beasts and immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, deducing most of Shark Flow Lever's contents from all sorts of clues. This gave him a lot of inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's time path clone was already deducing how to fuse the 12 Zodiac battle formation into Myriad Year Flying Warship. Right now, only 40% of the underwater formation was left in front of Fang Yuan's group. If he used Refinement Rain Killer move, the effect would be minimal. The power of the supplementary formation could not penetrate it either. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort but made no progress. He could see that the remaining underwater formation was like a tortoise shell. Its defense was extremely tight. Should I wait for Wu Shui clone to use his strength and raise my earth path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack directly. After all, he had so many goo immortals around him, it would be a waste if he did not use them. Immediately, he asked most of the goo immortals to attack while he and a few goo immortals continued to control the supplementary formation. Boom boom boom. All sorts of killer moves bombarded the underwater formation, creating huge waves. The formation only had 40% of its original strength left, now that it was being attacked by the immortals. Including a rank 8 goo immortal like Shin Tsongxing, its operation was obstructed and all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated the supplementary formation and continued to infiltrate the formation through these flaws. I regret it. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded, assaulting the entire place. What am I doing? I shouldn't have attacked the formation. I regret it so much. Why did I listen to Chu Ying's words? I should not have come to this dragon whale paradise. Now that I am trapped here, I am filled with regret. The immortals stopped attacking one after another, their morale fell, they were all affected by regret. Only Fang Yuan was unmoved, his eyes flashed with bright light. The demonic immortal inside the formation has transmitted the power of regret, greatly reducing the influence on himself. He wants to escape. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from the inside of the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, many of the flaws expanded and connected into a huge crack. Shen Songxing shouted, temporarily suppressing regret Gu's influence on him. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the crack in the formation. Immortal killer move, grand explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal shot out like a black arrow. Not only in terms of the current forces in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in the entire Eastern Sea, this was a shocking change. In the current Eastern Sea righteous path, Shen Clan became the only superforce that had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Shen Clan also became the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This influence was huge, it brought countless benefits to Shen Clan. Back then, when Celestial Court exposed this secret, it was no wonder that Shen Songxing was moved. He immediately released Fang Jing, ignoring Fang Yuan's Qi Si ancestors' hint to hand Fang Jing to him. You are a descendant of my Shen Clan? Shen Shang floated in the air, looking at Shen Songxing, his eyes shined with bright light as he nodded. That's right, you are a member of my Shen Clan. What year is it now? Shen Shang's voice was hoarse, it was even more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot. Peak rank 8 aura emanated from his body, it was extremely powerful. Shen Songxing answered his question, telling him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So much time has passed. Shen Shang sighed. Lord Paradise Earth passed away in the end, sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a little strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he still addressed Paradise Earth as Lord. After Shen Shang sighed, he looked at Fang Yuan and the other immortals on the sea surface. He looked around and understood the situation. He smiled with his hands behind his back. Good, it seems that my Shen Clan has many geniuses. Next, his gaze focused on Fang Yuan. He said in a gentle tone, Young friend, I was able to escape because of you. You have contributed a lot. You have made great contributions to my Shen Clan. Are you willing to join Shen Clan and become an external Supreme Elder? He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan indeed had the value to be recruited. Just a Formation Path Grandmaster was what Shen Clan needed. And from his Formation Path attainment and age, it was not impossible for him to become a Formation Path Great Grandmaster in this lifetime. Shen Songxing cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. He added, Chu Ying, I lied to you earlier because I had no choice. Saving Ancestor Shen Shang is extremely important to my Shen Clan. I hope you can understand. Fang Yuan nodded. He had a calm expression. There was even a hint of a smile on his lips. Of course I understand. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. But Shen Clan is recruiting me? Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head. Shen Songxing said coldly, Chu Ying, what do you mean by that smile? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. What ability does your Shen Clan have to recruit me? You are not worthy. Shen Songxing's gaze turned cold. His Shen Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had 7 large sea areas and thousands of small and medium sea areas. It even had 2 rank 8s now. Immortal Hua Dai even shouted in shock. It is Fang Yuan. She was too shocked. She had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from them, but such a person had actually appeared beside her long ago. It was too unbelievable. It is Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth, some of them drew in sharp breaths. So that's it. Miao Mingshen gulped as he gulped. So Chu Ying was Fang Yuan in disguise. I was wondering why such a powerful lone immortal suddenly appeared in Eastern Sea. So it was Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had inherited a venerable inheritance. He was a shocking character that could not be evaluated with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such shocking attainment in transformation path and formation path. And this was only a small part of Fang Yuan's strength. Everything made sense now. Shen Songsheng's expression was pale. He gritted his teeth. In just a short moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. So it was the demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, showing such disdain towards my Shen clan and my 2 rank 8s. Serves him right. Shen Songsheng's mental state immediately calmed down. His anger from being looked down upon by Chu Ying earlier dissipated into thin air. Fang Yuan even dared to provoke the Celestial Court. He even dared to kill them. What could a mere Shen clan do to him? After the anger dissipated, what followed was anxiety and fear. I actually ran into Fang Yuan. I actually kicked such a huge iron plate. Shen Songsheng sighed inwardly. His clan's luck was terrible. Why did they run into him? At this moment, rank 8 strength could not make Shen Songsheng feel confident. He was panicking internally. At this time, Shen Songsheng heard Shen Shang's question. Who is Fang Yuan? Shen Songsheng looked at Shen Shang. Shen Shang had a confused expression. He was very strange. This Gu immortal in front of him clearly had rank 7 cultivation level. It was just that he had changed his appearance. Why were they so afraid of him? Shen Shang also looked at Shen Songsheng. His gaze carried some reproach, as if he was saying, "You are a grand rank 8, you are actually afraid of a rank 7, what are you afraid of?" Even though Fang Yuan had revealed his true appearance, he did not expose his rank 8 aura, he was still concealing it. Shen Songsheng blinked his eyes, his heart was trembling. How could he not be afraid? Fang Yuan was a person. How could he be measured by cultivation? He even dared to trample on the Celestial Court. He had destroyed all 6 of Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses. He was a ruthless character who killed wave after wave of Celestial Court Gu immortals. He was ruthless and crafty. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Myriad year-flying warships' aura surged as it shot out a dazzling white light. The water of the river of time surged out from the silver-white light, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. The flying swords whistled past, flying toward Shen Shang. Daybreak Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move with unparalleled power, but Shen Shang laughed loudly when he saw the flying swords. He did not dodge. The silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Shen Shang's body surged with a mystical aura. His life was not taken away, but he was covered in injuries. But soon, the injuries all over his body disappeared, and they turned into Dao scars. Amazing! The clan's records were not wrong. Ancestor Shen Shang was most skilled in healing methods. Shen Songsheng saw this and sighed inwardly. When Shen Shang was young, he was a healer. When he was a Gu master, he started to roam Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he quickly became famous. And because he was kind and charitable, he often helped the poor without charging any fees. He was praised by people and was warmly welcomed wherever he went. Because he had built up such a reputation when he was young, he secretly fell into depravity and committed all sorts of demonic acts, but Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not link these crimes to him. Inside Myriad Year-flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted, feeling something amiss. This healing method is another human path method. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu immortal was injured, their wounds would have dense Dao marks of different kinds. They were hard to heal. But Shen Shang had human path methods. He healed himself very quickly and efficiently. The flying swords continued to shoot, and many of them pierced through his body. But these wounds were healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, mutual destruction. Shen Shang saw that the time was ripe. He activated the killer move that he had been preparing. Inside myriad year flying warship, Fang Yuan grunted as 100 wounds appeared on his body. They burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks. These Dao marks quickly spread out from the wounds and connected to each other. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's mind. These human path Dao marks were like ropes hanging around his neck. If they increased in scale, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan first activated a wisdom path killer move. In an instant, thoughts burst out in his mind like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, gathered, and melted. Shen Shang's method is strange. He can actually bypass myriad year flying warship and directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely higher than mine. He is likely a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to be able to sense the target before it can take effect. How did he sense me? Right, the Night Song killer move earlier was just a trap to lure me to investigate him. And he followed the connection of this investigation and sensed me instead. Everything in the world interacted with each other. When a fist hits the sand, a dent will appear on the sand. The fist will also be stained with sand and mud. Earlier, when Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Hua and tried to deduce Fang Yuan used this connection to deduce Hua En's situation instead. Not long ago, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals used the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation to seal the Stone Lotus Island. It was because of this seal that Fang Yuan was able to use this connection to destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Right now, Shen Shang used Fang Yuan's investigative connection to sense Fang Yuan. It was the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. Chapter 1921. Non-conflicting Dao marks. The sovereign immortal body's advantage was also its greatest flaw. It was exposed at this moment. All along, Fang Yuan had been avoiding this flaw, but now, Shen Shang's killer move was too strange. It was hard to defend against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Shen Shang was being chased by myriad year flying warship. It was normal for him to use this killer move to conceal himself. If Fang Yuan did not use investigative methods, he could only let Shen Shang hide in the darkness. His attacks would stagnate. The human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's wounds were increasing rapidly. The light injuries that landed on Shen Shang also affected Fang Yuan because of the mutual injury killer move. And on Fang Yuan, because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, the light injuries turned into heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves in the world could be fully used on Fang Yuan. Immediately, a powerful healing method was used on himself. Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shen Shang laughed sinisterly. He started to mutilate himself again. He used much more strength than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. His vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Shen Shang. I need to find another way. Fang Yuan realized as determination appeared on his face. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shen Shang continued to mutilate himself. He gradually went crazy. He laughed loudly as blood splattered out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but quickly recovered before continuing. This rare battle method made the spectating Gu immortals dumbfounded. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had ugly expressions. They were very worried. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were extremely excited. Even though they did not see Fang Yuan's situation, the flying swords disintegrated on their own. Myriad year flying warship continued to retreat. Ancestor Shen Shang actually forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Amazing! Shen Songxing was extremely excited. He could already see the rise of Shen Clan. Miao Ming Shen's eyes shined brightly as he thought, not good. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad-year flying warship, Shen Shang's attacks seemed to be able to bypass this immortal goo house. It countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only a rank 7 after all, while Shen Shang is a genuine rank 8. Gui Qi Tu and the rest were very confused. This Shen Shang was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It is not normal for him to live until now. What makes me even more confused is that he does not seem to lack immortal goo. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, did he not take away or destroy his goo worms? Ah! At this moment, Shen Shang's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. His sense of Fang Yuan was rapidly weakening. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he be able to break through his technique so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could gradually remove the harmful Dao marks on one's body. Fang Yuan used this immortal goo and killer move to quickly remove the human path Dao marks on his body. Shen Shang's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He mutilated himself even more intensely to increase the number of human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. As long as a trace of human path Dao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he would be able to sense Fang Yuan and bypass myriad-year flying warship to continue attacking Fang Yuan. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad-year flying warship flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice came from within. It is my turn, Shen Shang. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Boom. But in fact, even if there was an alliance agreement, could it not be broken? What if Fang Yuan cheated in the future? As long as both sides cooperated, they would both benefit from it. Why would Fang Yuan cheat? There was definitely a risk, but was there anything in this world that had no risk? The risk was secondary, the benefits were the most important. Shen Songxing was not interested in doing things with high risk and low benefits. But Shen Songxing would never resist doing things with high risk and high benefits. And what Shen Songxing admired the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but the fact that he could share missions with Miao Ming Shen and himself. From this, Shen Songxing could see that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path Gu immortals. He had rationality, he had the thoughts of the righteous path. After thinking for a long time, Shen Songxing nodded with a solemn expression. This is an opportunity for both of us. Alright, why not take a gamble? In the future, we will either advance or fall behind. If Ancestor Shen Shang regains his rationality, I will urge him not to find trouble with you again. These are all the low-rank immortal materials that I can take out now, please accept them. Shen Songxing showed his sincerity again. Fang Yuan stored them all in his immortal aperture. He did not activate Daybreak Sword anymore. He retreated slowly. Alright. Shen, I will go and take away the underwater formation. Even though Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to take away the underwater formation, he succeeded in the end. Fang Yuan stabbed Shen Shang. Even though the platinum light pillar did not stop him, Daybreak Sword still caused damage to the light pillar and damaged the underwater formation. The underwater formation only had 40% of its original strength left. After Shen Shang broke out of it, there was a huge flaw in it. When Fang Yuan attacked, he saw cracks everywhere. If he continued, before Shen Shang died, the underwater formation would collapse first. Once it collapsed, the immortal goo inside might be implicated. As for which immortal goo would be damaged or destroyed, Fang Yuan could not decide. If regret goo was destroyed, Fang Yuan's plan would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing cooperated. The formation was taken away by Fang Yuan, the platinum light pillar dissipated, Shen Shang regained his freedom. Ancestor. Shen Songxing shouted as he retreated. Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship as he retreated cautiously. Shen Shang was still screaming, he was in a frenzied state, there was no sign of him waking up. Shen Songxing, do you need help? Fang Yuan asked. No need. Shen Songxing stared at Shen Shang, the other party's state made him unable to figure out what to do. Let's wait for Ancestor to wake up on his own. All right. Fang Yuan said as he moved myriad-year flying warship even further away. Right at this time, Shen Shang suddenly moved, his body shot out like an arrow. Ancestor! Shen Songxing shouted as he chased. Fang Yuan also controlled myriad-year flying warship to chase. But Shen Shang was extremely fast, myriad-year flying warship was only slightly faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use myriad-year flying warship to block Shen Shang. Using this gap, Shen Shang flew out of regret-crying sea area completely. Shen Songxing and Fang Yuan wanted to continue chasing, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shen Songxing's expression was ashen, he almost cursed out loud. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method, he had already experienced it before, it was to prevent foreign Gu immortals from roaming around. Thus, every mission had a region restriction. This restriction method did not work on Shen Shang, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing. The two could only watch as Shen Shang flew away, turning into a tiny black dot in the sky. It seems he is not coming back. Fang Yuan sighed. Shen Songxing's expression was stiff. After gazing for a long time, he finally recovered his former demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled. Brother Shen, don't worry too much, although your ancestor escaped, he will not be able to leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he wakes up, he will definitely think of ways to contact you. If he still goes crazy, that will be even better. The Merit Obelisk will not let him harm living beings. There will definitely be more missions like this time to eliminate your ancestor Shen Shang. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Shen Songxing nodded as his expression eased up. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The two groups were clearly separated. One group was Miao Ming Shen and the rest, including Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tua. The other group was Shun Clan Group, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua as their subordinates. I wonder what is the situation in regret-crying sea. That's right, the other party is Fang Yuan. This demon has defeated Celestial Court time and time again, he is truly terrifying. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals who can help each other. Especially with Ancestor Shen Shang, Fang Yuan has nothing to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan could defeat Celestial Court was because he was in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cannot fight against Fang Yuan. Sigh. Shen Clan's Gu immortals discussed softly, while Miao Ming Shen's group remained silent. They wanted to teleport back and see the progress of the battle, but they were afraid that the moment they teleported back, they would be implicated by the terrifying shockwaves and die without a trace. No one was willing to take the risk, they were all anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed, Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing appeared. We are back. Why don't I see Ancestor Shen Shang? Fang Yuan is still alive, oh no. The immortals' hearts shook, their expressions changed. Hee hee, Fang Yuan, thank you for your information, it saved me a lot of trouble. Shen Songxing sighed. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. This is my sincerity. I said it before, if we work together, it will be a win-win situation. The immortals were shocked again, they were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The two of you were fighting earlier, why did you suddenly reconcile? What happened? Where is Ancestor Shen Shang? The Gu immortals were shocked. Shen Songxing laughed loudly. I have already reached an agreement with Fang Yuan, we will work together for now. Take out all of your immortal materials. What? Shen Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Shen Songxing nodded, emphasizing, this is the agreement I made, hand over all of your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him. First Supreme Elder, this? The immortals looked at each other. Shen Songsheng's expression turned solemn as he said, "This is an order." Shen Clan's Gu immortals were speechless. Fairy Myrtle smiled. "I have benefited a lot from this trip. I have already borrowed benevolence Gu. Thank you for your help." Lu Wei-yin also smiled. "Lady Ziwei, I did not do it to help you, I did it to help the world, to protect the peace of the 5 regions. Sigh, the world is filled with demonic immortals now. Not to mention Fang Yuan, a blood path rank 8 great expert has appeared in Western Desert recently. He is finding trouble with superclans, he has repeatedly invaded their resource points, he is extremely arrogant and has terrifying methods. Chaotic times are coming, I only hope that this moral paradise can become a paradise." Fairy Myrtle sighed. "Ziwei understands your meaning. In the future, when the 5 regions change, I will definitely repay you generously. Goodbye." If this continues, I'm afraid that Star Collection City will be destroyed today. Realizing this, the Combat Beast King made up his mind. He shouted loudly, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. "The situation is urgent. Little Do, go and receive the final inheritance. Right now, only you have hope of saving everyone." This old guy is finally willing to take out the final inheritance. Jean Boudou sneered in his mind. Right now, he had already obtained the Beast Calamity True Inheritance in all the important areas, and only the final part was left. He had been in Star Collection City for many days, but the current Combat Beast King did not mention this. Jean Boudou could only pretend that he did not know that the final inheritance was in Star Collection City. "Little Do, go, I will guard this place. Go, Little Do, it's up to you now. We will fight for time for you. Even until the last moment of our lives, we will do our best." The Combat Beast warriors urged. Undeniably, the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were truly different from the outside world. They had the spirit of sacrificing themselves. Jean Boudou flew to the underground of Star Snail Hall, arriving in front of the final altar. The altar shined as the Qilin heavenly spirit appeared. "Young man, you are qualified to inherit the complete Beast Calamity True Inheritance. It is time to tell you the truth of the world." The Qilin heavenly spirit's voice was like that of a child, crisp and cute. As the memories were transmitted, Jean Boudou pretended to be shocked. "So our world is so small, true cultivation is using Gu worms, not transforming. This is too unexpected. Heavenly Spirit, what should I do next?" The Qilin heavenly spirit came to Jean Budu and lowered its head. Master, I don't have any good ideas. Ever since the tributary of the river of time changed, the grotto heaven's calamities and tribulations have become more frequent. This calamity and tribulation contains the power of a myriad tribulation. I am afraid I will not be able to escape this time. I will open the door, Master. Please leave quickly. When Jean Budu inherited the complete beast calamity true inheritance, the Qilin heavenly spirit recognized him as its master. Jean Budu heaved a deep sigh. He was about to speak when his expression changed, revealing true joy. No need, my main body is here. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan's main body finally arrived. Looking at the poisonous smoke that filled the sky, Feng Yuan felt a headache. Jean Budu ordered the Qilin heavenly spirit to open the grotto heaven's entrance. Feng Yuan came in openly. Because he was no longer an invader, and because the Qilin heavenly spirit recognized him as its master, all beings' assimilation transformation no longer affected Feng Yuan's main body's expression. Feng Yuan was able to enter the battlefield. Thus, the combat beast warriors in the battlefield saw an unimaginable scene. A person was floating in the air. His aura was like a mountain or a sea. The poisonous smoke dragons seemed to be provoked by this mysterious person. Most of them turned around and charged towards Feng Yuan. Who is he? Dodge! Oh no, it's too late. The combat beast warriors roared in anger. They watched in despair as Feng Yuan was surrounded by the poisonous smoke dragons. Just as the poisonous smoke dragons were about to bite him, Feng Yuan made his move. Rumble! In an instant, air currents surged and winds howled. The color of heaven and earth changed. The poisonous smoke dissipated. Feng Yuan stood proudly in the sky. The poisonous smoke dragons around him dissipated. Even the thick layer of poisonous smoke above his head had a huge circular hole. Bright light shone through the hole, bathing Feng Yuan in sunlight. The combat beast warriors all opened their mouths. They were extremely shocked. Feng Yuan's first move was earth-shattering. His battle prowess was terrifying. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. Five Elements Grandmaster was a Northern Plains lone cultivator rank 8, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after some struggle and surrendered to Longevity Heaven. He was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The Ox Demon and Flower Lady were the North Desolation Immortals. What is going on? Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked and bewildered. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. They saw joy and joy in each other's eyes. The latter chuckled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Bing Sai Chuan? Five Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that this name was familiar. Right at this time, there was a loud roar. Light rippled in the sky. Rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting a coldness that was like 1,000-year-old ice. Five Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. I remember now. Bing Sai Chuan was a time path great expert of the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He even became the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was different from the Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities had to be at least rank 7, and they were elites among rank 7s. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. Five Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and Central Continent's Celestial Court preparing for the Refinement Path Convention. Fang Yuan, he actually used rank 7 cultivation level to extort Southern Border's righteous path. He harmed the Celestial Court time and time again in the River of Time. He is indeed a world-shaking figure. Qi Si ancestor could fight to a draw with Duke Long? This is truly rare. Eastern Sea is truly deep. There is also Fang Dichang, he actually refined Divine Bean Palace. This world is never lonely. After Bing Sichuan obtained the information, he laughed loudly with unparalleled pride. His laughter paused as Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with bright light. Since Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower, he is the crucial character that Giant Sun Immortal mentioned. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were stunned. Bing Sichuan's words seemed to have touched upon a historical secret. Could it be that Giant Sun Immortal had already deduced that Fang Yuan would destroy 88-point Xinyang Tower? Since he deduced it, why did he let Fang Yuan succeed? Bing Sichuan did not explain to the 3 immortals. He ordered, "We cannot let Fate Gu be repaired. We must stop this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Contact Fang Yuan. Our Longevity Heaven will cooperate with him." What? The 3 immortals were stunned again. Bing Sichuan frowned. "Can you contact Fang Yuan?" The 3 immortals were dazed. They shook their heads. Then wouldn't we be sacrificing ourselves for him? Someone spoke with an indignant tone. Wu Yong shook his head. Once Fate Gu is repaired, it will pose a much greater threat to us than the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. Now that he is reborn, we might have also taken the initiative to attack like this in the previous life. But there is no other way. We have to take action. This is the true big picture of the 5 regions. Everyone, before we came here, I had already warned you that your homes might be attacked. Be it your family, friends, or even your foundation, facing destruction and slaughter, these are all trivial matters now. If the Celestial Court has the complete Fate Gu, we will be at the mercy of others. We will have no future. Wu Yong said this. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the immortals, saying loudly, "I want to order all the Gu immortals defending the formation to retreat. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I know this order is very risky, but even if my Wu clan's headquarters are destroyed by Fang Yuan, I will not retreat a single step." Wu Yong's determination made the immortals feel a chill in their hearts. The Southern Alliance's Gu immortals condensed into a fist again, charging into the depths of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong's order was transmitted to Southern Border's side. The Gu immortals defending the formation let out sighs of relief. They took away all the immortal Gu they could and started to move. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined the empty formation. Not a single Southern Border Gu immortal could be seen. After he dismantled the formation, he obtained an information path Gu worm. Inside the Gu worm was a letter that Wu Yong had specially written for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scanned it with his divine sense. He could see the contents of the letter clearly. There were few sentences in the letter, it only stated one point: celestial court and the threat of fate, central continent strength, and the insignificance of the four regions. There was no suggestion for Fang Yuan to stop. This Wu Yong. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Earlier, it was he who made things difficult for him, using political methods to resist Fang Yuan's extortion, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. And now, it was Wu Yong who took the initiative to order the southern border Gu immortals to give up on defense and retreat, saving Fang Yuan a lot of effort. If these southern border Gu immortals defended to the death, they would definitely delay Fang Yuan for a long time. After Fang Yuan took away the dream realms, he could use the time saved to find trouble with the righteous path in all parts of southern border. Thus, Wu Yong's order was very bold and risky. But Wu Yong was sure that Fang Yuan had the big picture in mind. He would not continue to cause trouble in southern border. It was like how Fang Yuan knew that if he made a move here, Wu Yong would not give up on central continent and return to defend against him. Seeing Flesh Whip Immortal charging over, even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not destroy the Immortal Gu house instantly. What method is Celestial Court using? They actually teleported so many rank 8s out of thin air. Fang Dichang did not think much. He immediately mobilized several Immortal Gu houses to meet them. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who controlled the strongest Immortal Gu house, Divine Bean Palace, he was chosen as the temporary leader and had the first command. The Immortal Gu houses collided unreasonably. It was Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' turn to retreat. Only 2 Gu Immortals did not retreat. One was Zhang Fei Xiong. He turned into a giant with a bear head and a human body. He clashed with the Immortal Gu houses. The other was Flesh Whip Immortal. She was also a Transformation Path Gu Immortal. She had turned into an immemorial walking meat tree. The tree roots were like legs. They flew in the air while the branches were like countless flesh whips. They waved around fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. She also clashed with the Immortal Gu houses, stopping the charge of several rank 7 Immortal Gu houses and making them dizzy. Inside Divine Bean Palace, Fang Dichang's expression was grim. Celestial Court has indeed made a change. But this change is too big. Zhang Fei Xiong, Wan Zihong, and Zhu Ke Er have awakened in advance. Even an expert like Flesh Whip Immortal has joined in. The most important thing is, what is this killer move? It can actually teleport more than 10 rank 8 Gu Immortals at once. This is simply unheard of. With this move, Celestial Court would have the complete initiative. They could mobilize their main forces and attack wherever they wanted. This was a strategic killer move. But in this life, because Fang Yuan plundered Dragon Palace in advance, Duke Long was in perfect condition. He could not advance an inch in Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long is actually so strong. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was dark. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were desperately repairing Calamity Luck Altar. We cannot go on like this. If we do not break through this obstacle, we will not be able to get close to heaven overseeing tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Li Chiu shrunk its body, sprawling on the ground as it complained in dissatisfaction. Bing Sai Chuan struggled for a while before sighing, "There is no other way, use Call of the Ancient." Calamity Luck Altar suddenly stopped moving. It suddenly exploded with a golden halo. The halo was dazzling, even Duke Long had to squint his eyes. Swish, 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 the sound of surging waves resounded in the battlefield. Next, the phantom of the majestic river of time appeared in the sky above Calamity Luck Altar. "This is..." Duke Long's heart shook. Next, under the shocked gazes of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out of the river of time. "Come, take a thunderbolt from me." The tall new heir Bao Xiong laughed wildly. "To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate." Hey Fan smiled lightly. "Wow, this is such a huge scene. Oh heavens, I better hide." Lu had a white face. He had a crafty expression as his figure vanished. Chapter 1941. Giant Sun Immortal had once told Bing Sai Chuan clearly, if the plan to attack Celestial Court failed, Longevity Heaven would have no hope of obtaining Fate Gu. They had to ask for reinforcements from the crucial person. Then who is the crucial person? Bing Sai Chuan asked this question on the spot. Giant Sun Immortal answered him, "Whoever destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower is the crucial person. By then you will know." Longevity Heaven's original plan was to refine Fate Gu. They needed to snatch Fate Gu. But different from the previous life, Bing Sai Chuan encountered a huge setback this time. Without a choice, he could only ask for help from Fang Yuan. After receiving Bing Sai Chuan's letter, Fang Yuan was already in Central Continent, hiding in Defy's formation. This formation was created by Shadow Sect. It was left for Defy to use as their base. But after the Heaven-defying Gu refinement on Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect vanished. Defy was also saved by Fairy Z Wei and uprooted. This formation was left empty. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used this formation to trap Zhou Xiong Xin. But now, the situation was different. Fang Yuan retreated early. To guard against people's accusation, he did not fight with Zhou Xiong Xin. As a result, Zhou Xiong Xin survived and became one of the main forces of Celestial Court. Defy's formation was also preserved. To think that Longevity Heaven would encounter such trouble. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he thought rapidly. He did not know about the situation in Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan's letter had already described their predicament. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan soon found out that the key to Longevity Heaven's setback was that the moment they entered, they were teleported into the Qi Wall. It should be because of Qin Ding Ling. In this life, with a luck path Gu immortal like her, Celestial Court broke through Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements and even ambushed Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan understood. This is a new change. There is also Call of the Ancient Killer move. It turns out that once Calamity Luck Altar is activated, it can be teleported immediately. In the previous life, Bing Sai Chuan used this to trick Duke Long. Before obtaining this information, Fang Yuan had been thinking about Celestial Court's method of large-scale star cast, trying to find a way to break it. The more important Fairy Myrtle was, the more she wanted to preserve this method, the more Fang Yuan wanted to destroy it. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was in Heavenly Court. The core was star constellation chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was inside Celestial Court. The core was star constellation chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. The formation's power would be projected onto these stars, using them as a medium to create a large-scale star cast tactic. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting Heavenly Court's Gu immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. In the previous life, Qinsong's appearance was very short. He died after escorting the Celestial Court Gu immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. Without this crucial clue, Fang Yuan's deductions encountered a bottleneck. But now, he had already realized something. According to Bing Sichuan's information, even though Fairy Myrtle did not participate in the attack, she also appeared outside the Qi wall to observe the situation. This is a bit strange. Such a large-scale star cast should have used up all her energy, but she is still able to do it with ease. Someone is helping her. Who is it? Who is the other Wisdom Path great expert? Or is it the cooperation of others that allowed the large-scale star cast tactic to succeed? Fang Yuan quickly cut off this train of thought. Chapter 1942. There is actually such a mystical formation in this world, it can directly counter the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. To think that it was created by our southern border Gu immortal, Tao Zhu, it seems that we have greatly underestimated this person. Fang Yuan actually grasped such a method. When did this happen? The southern border Gu immortals quickly conversed, exclaiming in surprise. Fang Yuan had extorted them before, but now Fang Yuan was helping them. This made the southern border Gu immortals feel complicated. At this time, Zhan Budu's voice could be heard from the 5 regional limit formation. Deities of southern border, please don't relax. The Celestial Court will not watch this battlefield fall, they will definitely send reinforcements. In that case, please open the immortal formation and let us defend it. A southern border Gu immortal replied. Zhan Budu chuckled, not concealing his disdain. There is no need to say such childish words. Whether you fight or retreat, it is up to you. If you don't want to fight, just scram. The southern border Gu immortal's expression changed from anger. Right at this time, more than 10 starlight pillars shone down. The main force of the Celestial Court had really come to help. This is the formation. Destroy it. Zhang Fei Xiong took the lead. Zhan Budu was silent. He started to focus on activating the formation. The 5-colored smoke miasma not only defended itself, it also spread towards the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. Even though the latter formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable, it had to dismantle the subformations to stall for time. Let's attack and defend the 5 regional limit formation. Wu Yong ordered without hesitation. Lord, the other party is Fang Yuan. Haven't you been opposing? Someone was unwilling. Wu Yong stared at this person fiercely, saying sternly, look at the big picture. He had high prestige. Wu Clan was also the #1 force in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. This had already become a tradition. The Southern Alliance Immortals immediately engaged in an intense battle with the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. With their help, Zhan Budu immediately felt relieved. The pressure on his shoulders lessened by more than half, and the 5-colored smoke miasma spread even more violently. With the cry of a phoenix, the figure of Princess Impatience appeared amidst the flames. He had phoenix-like eyes and a golden cape draped over his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of flames. The flames burned in the 5-colored smoke and engulfed the deities of Southern Frontier. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu Immortal Yi Hao Fang immediately turned into a sea beast, controlling the waves to block the spreading flames. Jun Shenguang turned into a white light and moved through the battlefield, avoiding the 4 Southern Border rank 8s and attacking the remaining rank 7 Gu Immortals. Zhou Xiongxin, Zhu Kei'er, and the others moved with him. In definite manner, Flying Sand Pavilion and Bay Pavilion were all taken out. The Southern Border rank 7 Gu Immortals quickly entered the rooms. With a scream, Whirling Boy was holding the head of a Southern Border Gu Immortal. He had succeeded. Using this chance, the rest of the Southern Border rank 7s entered the Immortal Gu house. You are too slow. Whirling Boy looked at Zhou Xiongxin and the rest, chuckling. Where are you going? Wu Yong snorted coldly, chasing after him. Whirling Boy retaliated with an immortal killer move. He was clearly prepared. Wu Yong also raised his hand, creating wind blades that filled the sky. The two killer moves collided with a loud sound. Air currents surged as the five-colored smoke fog surged like a dragon. Whirling Boy and Wu Yong grunted at the same time, their expressions turning pale. For example, more than 10 rank 8s of Celestial Court were like a dozen rabbits, while Duke Long was an adult elephant. The difference between the two was huge. Star Cast could not move Duke Long at all. Immortal Killer Move, Disintegration. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yangzi used his signature move. This killer move was the reason why he was famous in history. The killer move Disintegration hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body paused for a moment. He looked at Yu Yangzi with a plain expression. Disintegration. You are Yu Yangzi? When Duke Long said this, he was still several hundred steps away from Yu Yangzi. After saying this, the purple gold dragon chi flashed and he suddenly teleported in front of Yu Yangzi. At this moment, Yu Yangzi's pupils shrunk to pin size. Warning bells rang in his mind. He quickly retreated, but this was just wishful thinking. His neck was firmly gripped by a large hand. This was Duke Long's hand, covered in purple gold dragon scales. His fingers were like blades, extremely sharp. Yu Yangzi had already activated his defensive killer move, but the light of the killer move was like glass, cracking and breaking under the strange strength of the dragon claw. Before dying, Yu Yangzi roared and self-detonated. With a loud explosion, a terrifying power spread out, shaking heaven and earth. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Duke Long's figure was still standing tall like a heavenly pillar. Northern Plains Immortals, other than not fearing death, what else do you have? Duke Long's tone was plain, but it spread throughout the battlefield. The Northern Plains Immortals gritted their teeth, but could not refute him. Even though the main force of Celestial Court had already retreated, only Duke Long was left. But with just Duke Long alone, Calamity Luck Altar was unable to advance. It could only rely on the killer move, Call of the Ancient, to summon Northern Plains experts in history to support the situation. There's also this. Suddenly, Lulu's figure appeared behind Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook. The gray dagger in Lulu's hand was stabbed into his back. Even the purple gold dragon scales could not block this method. This was Lulu's signature killer move, Despicable Blade of Passage. In the previous life, Lulu had used this move to kill many members of Celestial Court, and even heavily injure Fairy Myrtle. If not for Wu Shuang blocking most of the power, Fairy Myrtle would have died in his hands. Good. Seeing this, the Northern Plains Immortals became spirited. Since the start of the battle, no matter how the Northern Plains Immortals attacked, this was the first time Duke Long was injured like this. But Lulu's expression changed. He could not conceal the shock on his face. Even though his dagger stabbed into Duke Long's body, it was like it was stuck in a metal block. It could not move at all. Human Path Killer move? Not bad, it suits your personality. Duke Long slowly turned around and stretched out his hand, firmly grabbing Lulu's head. At this moment, Lulu suddenly understood. Duke Long intentionally fell for it. He purposely used his body as bait to trap me. It was not that he did not want to retreat, but he could not. Similar to the dagger in his hand, he could not move either. With a crisp sound, Lulu's head was easily crushed by Duke Long like a watermelon. His headless corpse fell to the ground. The gray dagger in his hand dissipated instantly. Who else? Duke Long raised his arms and shouted. His body was like steel. It had already grown to twice the size of a normal person. His purple long hair danced wildly in the sky. The Northern Plains Immortals responded with countless killer moves. Rumble. In the dazzling light, countless killer moves overlapped one another. Duke Long charged out domineeringly, using world-shaking dragon hammer as he slammed towards Calamity Luck Altar. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar was pushed back dozens of steps. A deep trench was created on the ground. The front that Duke Long slammed into had completely caved in, forming a terrifying crater. There is no time to repair such a wound. Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster's actions of repairing Calamity Luck Altar paused. If Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Longevity Heaven's troops would definitely be defeated. They would die without a proper burial. But just as Duke Long was about to continue attacking, a black light flew out of the river of time. The black light followed the hole in Calamity Luck Altar and shot into it, turning into a young and handsome Gu Immortal with black curly hair that reached his waist. This young Gu Immortal waved his hand, dark light surged and rapidly repaired Calamity Luck Altar's damage, forcefully saving Longevity Heaven from defeat. Bing Sichuan's body shook. 7th Prince. Duke Long snorted coldly, so it is Giant Sun's son. Zhou Xiong Xian and Flesh Whip Immortal worked together to block Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Meanwhile, Zhu Ke Air and Wan Zihong moved to the left and right, attempting to bypass the battlefield and attack the 5 regional limit formation. Wu Yong and the rest were helpless. They could only return to defend. They had too few people, but it was already very difficult for them to defend. They were not as flexible as the Celestial Court side. Zhao Shan he successfully activated his killer move. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled the surrounding 5-colored smoke. A large amount of smoke was sucked into his stomach, and his stomach swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his face and the skin all over his body turned into a myriad of colors. Zhao Shan he actually inhaled the 5-colored smoke into his abdomen, creating a temporary blank space. Without the restriction of the 5-colored smoke, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals completely let loose. They used all kinds of killer moves with terrifying might. Wu Yong and the rest resisted with difficulty, but the defensive line was sparse, while the killer moves were all-pervasive. After being roughly filtered by the defensive line, they landed on the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation shook intensely. A large number of Gu worms died and were quickly repaired by the weakened formation spirit. Zhan Budu's expression was unsightly. Relying on Zhao Shanhe's food path methods, the Celestial Court was able to break through the situation. Every time they attacked, the 5 regional limit formation would suffer severe damage. Even though they repaired it with all their strength, they could not recover completely before the next wave of attacks arrived. With the accumulation of such damage, the 5 regional limit formation was already in a precarious situation. What to do? Emperor City. The final competition was already in full swing. Shen Shang was secretly happy. He started to refine Gu, using the Gu refinement as a cover. He had already secretly prepared his killer move. They finally arrived. Fang Dichang moved Divine Bean Palace to the front. Behind him was Western Desert's main force. Fight! Defend Emperor City with our lives. Protect Emperor City with our lives. Central Continent's army charged towards Western Desert's immortal Gu houses. A huge battle erupted at this moment. Amazing! Shen Shang, who did not forget to pay attention to the outside world, was overjoyed. Central Continent's army was restrained. He had no qualms. This was the moment. The immortal Gu aura erupted from his body. He shouted as profound white light shone in the hall, illuminating the whole of Emperor City. The Venerable is dead. Everyone's human path methods have been broken. Shen Shang's eyes shined with dazzling light. At the next moment he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked, his lungs exploded, his internal organs and bone fragments shot out of his wounds. He failed. How can this be? Shen Shang could not believe it. He stared with wide eyes. I clearly, Not only did he fail to break the venerable methods, he even triggered them in advance. This was the human path killer move, Hope of the People. White light danced in the sky like a blizzard. It gathered on the central continent Gu Immortals, forming a pure white halo. Human path killer move, Heroes among People. The white halo on the central continent Gu Immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the Gu Immortals rose rapidly. Central Continent's army roared, their morale surged as they charged towards Western Desert side. Each chi current was as sharp as a blade. Even immemorial desolate beasts would have their flesh cut open by this move, until their flesh and blood were cut off and they turned into skeletons. Facing this move, Feng Yuan's astral wind-flying heavenly boar form was no longer useful. He changed to another form. This time, he turned into a crane. It was also a chi path immortal beast, single chi crane. The flying crane was the size of a horse. It had a majestic appearance. Its neck was elegant and proud. Its wings were extremely wide. They were like two giant cloaks that spread out on myriad-year flying warship's deck. Feng Yuan suddenly flapped his wings. At once, the 1,000 feathers on his wings shined with light. At the next moment, immortal killer move Divine Flick was fully prepared and activated by Feng Yuan. Swoosh, 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 over 10,000 sharp sounds echoed as countless chi currents shot out of the feathers and collided with Duke Long's chi current scissors. The two area of effect techniques collided, most of them cancelled each other out and disintegrated, only a small portion of them landed on Duke Long and myriad-year flying warship. But regardless of which side it was, they did not even blink when facing such fragmented attacks. Immortal killer move, Chi Flow Ring. Feng Yuan used another move. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp cry, letting out a mouthful of white chi. The white chi spread rapidly and coiled around myriad-year flying warship's rear, increasing the latter's speed as it shot forward. Duke Long's expression changed. He cursed inwardly and quickly chased after it. According to common sense, Chi Flow Ring was a chi path killer move. It did not have much effect on a time path immortal Gu House. But this move that Feng Yuan used had already reached rank 8 after being modified by him. At the same time, it was amplified by a vast number of Chi Path Dao marks. Its power rose by 1,000 times. It unreasonably pushed myriad-year flying warship forward. Feng Yuan quickly passed several Northern Plains immortals in front of him, arriving above the immortal graveyard even though he moved later. Looking down at the immortal graveyard, Feng Yuan saw that the immortal graveyard was very large. There were countless tombstones in the grass. They were of different shapes. Some were tall golden tombstones, some were short stone carvings, some did not even have tombstones, and there were even some that revealed half-open coffins underground. An ancient, solemn, and sacred atmosphere enveloped the immortal graveyard. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. He turned into a bandit monkey again and was about to attack the immortal graveyard. Right at this moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette in Imperfection Regret Pavilion sighed. She grabbed 3 chess pieces from the chessboard and threw them out. The chess pieces did not attack Feng Yuan directly, they landed in a formation. Fairy Myrtle was at the center of the formation, controlling star constellation chessboard and overseeing the overall situation. After these chess pieces entered star constellation chessboard, Fairy Myrtle immediately felt the power of this formation rise sharply, breaking through its limits and reaching an unimaginable level. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately activated the formation and aimed it at Feng Yuan from afar. A huge starlight pillar suddenly shone down. Feng Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship vanished in the starlight. At the next moment, another starlight pillar shone behind Duke Long, following which Feng Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship appeared. After obtaining star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette's help, Celestial Quartz formation immediately gained the ability to teleport people like Feng Yuan and Duke Long. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Feng Yuan saw the reason and let out a breath of turbid air. The teleportation formation was being activated furiously. If there was a mistake in one of the parts that needed to be used, the teleportation formation would suffer a backlash from its own power, it would be heavily damaged or even collapse. Fairy Myrtle had thought that the Eastern Sea Immortals posed little threat, but who could have thought that the 8 Immortals of Eastern Sea would become a fatal threat to her in this situation? She had no choice but to be cautious. She would not take the risk of using any suspicious stars. Feng Yuan acutely sensed the slight changes in the formation. He continued to attack while activating Myriad's self-killer move while transmitting to Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing received Feng Yuan's message and immediately understood the situation of the Celestial Court battlefield. He was very excited. He summoned the remaining 7 immortals. This is the best time. Feng Yuan has already made his move. The Celestial Court is starting to be overwhelmed. The more stars we destroy, the more trouble we will cause to the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's main force is trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield, while the Celestial Court is being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan. If we do well this time, we might be able to completely destroy the Celestial Court. Shen Songxing's words greatly boosted the 7 immortals' morale. Their efficiency rose by another 10%. Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. A sharp phoenix cry pierced through the air, resounding throughout the battlefield. It was Princess Impatience's killer move, Phoenix Cry Divine Flame. The flame burned intensely, roasting the world. It coiled around Di Zongxing's body and burned intensely. On the other side, Bai Tsang Shui also activated her killer move. Endless waves of water surged without stopping, crashing onto Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing suffered more than just these 2 attacks. Its body was too big. The Celestial Court's immortals had ample opportunities to attack. Di Zongxing roared. He was burned by fire, drowned by water, electrocuted by poison, but he still charged towards the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He was not successfully provoked by the Celestial Court's immortals. This did not fit the historical records. In the past, when Di Zongxing caused chaos and attacked crazily, he was easily distracted by the enemy. He had never acted with such clarity and determination. Oh no! This legendary immemorial beast has probably been enslaved. Zhou Xiong Xen cried out in shock. Celestial Court's main force did not have Wisdom Path Gu immortals, but Zhou Xiong Xen cultivated Information Path. He was most skilled at gathering information and clues. He even had an Information Path killer move that could imitate Wisdom Path effects. After fighting for a while, Zhou Xiongxen deduced the truth about Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing was attacked by the Celestial Court's immortals. His body was covered in injuries. In terms of defense, it could not compare to Duke Long. It also did not have any wild immortal goo. It could only fight with its instincts. Every time it waved its claws, intense winds would form.